All set.
Thank you. Good evening. It is 6 o'clock on Monday, July 12th. I am calling it to order this meeting of the Transportation Advisory Board. Alex Meinheimer is not able to join us this evening, so we have 4 members of TAB. We have a quorum, and we're going to begin.
Tila,
yes.
I'm sorry. Your mic is really warbly
Awesome.
tonight.
I'm using the good computer.
Okay, just lean into it, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, that's yeah.
All right, we called to order. The first order of business is the approval of the draft June minutes. I did see an email earlier that Mark had a couple of proposed amendments to the minutes. I think, Mark, you didn't copy all of TAB, and Meredith wanted you to just read them in. I looked at them, they look good to me. So if you wouldn't mind reading into the record your proposed amendments, I think we can start from there. And of course, I'll ask if other members have any other changes.
Okay. I've got to juggle a couple windows here to read these. So as far as just so that the TAB members know, I like Tila says, I sent this to Tila and Meredith, but in our minutes, under matters from the board, under TAB staff operating agreement, there are a number of bullets there. And I changed the first 2 bullets. Well, I changed the first bullet, and then I added a second bullet above the next. So I'm going to read the first bullet. Comment that TAB's desire is to reach our joint TMP goals, the safety of citizens, and the best outcomes within our fiscal constraints. The second bullet, which I added, TAB and staff must be able to ask hard questions and express views without it being perceived as an attack on anyone. And then finally, in the next bullet, which was the second but became the third, it reads observation that assumptions of, and then it had of something, but it should be of this required for effective collaboration. So those are the changes I am requesting.
I believe that was a motion to amend the minutes, maybe?
Yes, that
I second.
Okay, thank you.
Would anyone like to react to that? As I said, I saw them before and they seemed fine to me. TAB, Ryan or Hutch?
That's good to me.
Good. Okay. Any other changes anyone would like to propose to the minutes? Great. So there's a motion to amend the minutes as Mark has just described, and which was communicated in writing to Meredith earlier. All in favor of the minutes so amended being approved? Is that how we do this? Let's do it that way. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. I see 4. The minutes are approved as amended. Thank you.
I would also just like to say that I appreciate the effort on Meredith's part to have the minutes be a little more filled out. And anyway, I appreciate the extra attention to the minutes this month.
Thanks, Mark.
And Tila, I'm going to jump in once you guys are wrapped up to go ahead and share the rules.
Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot to interject before you started speaking. Just one moment. Let me share my screen.
Very timely before we start the public comment.
The meeting is being recorded. So we're pleased to have you join us this evening to strike a balance between meaningful, transparent engagement and online security. The following rules will be applied for this meeting. This meeting has been called to conduct the business of the City of Boulder. Activities that disrupt, delay, or otherwise interfere with the meeting are prohibited. The time for speaking or asking questions may be limited. No person shall speak except when recognized by the person presiding, myself, and no person shall speak for longer than the time allotted, which is 3 minutes for these meetings. Each person shall register to speak at the meeting using that person's real name. Any person believed to be using a name other than the one they are commonly known by will not be permitted to speak at the meeting. No video will be permitted except for city officials, employees, and invited speakers, presenters. All others will participate by voice only. The person presiding at the meeting shall enforce these rules by muting anyone who violates any rule. If the chat function is enabled, which it is during this meeting, it will be used for individuals to communicate with the host. It should be used for technical online platform related questions only. If an attendee attempts to use the chat for any reason other than seeking assistance from the host, the city reserves the right to disable that individual's access to chat. Only the host and individuals designated by the host will be permitted to share their screen during the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison, for taking care of that. While we are here and sort of doing housekeeping business, there is one item of housekeeping with respect to the agenda. Oh, Eric, you're having a hard time hearing me, right? Sorry, I'll speak up. There's a, and I'll probably call in and use my phone for audio soon. Just as another item of housekeeping, because we are a little short on tab members this evening, I want to make sure that we get our essential business taken care of while we have a full quorum. So I would like to reorder the agenda slightly this evening and pull the public hearing and tab recommendation on the CIP projects up ahead of the monthly update and the SEEP on Arapahoe. So we would take public comment soon, right now, and then go directly into the public hearing about the CIP, and then pick up the agenda at the monthly updated item 4, and then proceed in order. So I would like to move that we reorder the agenda this way, just to make sure that we have the most numbers of tab present early on in the meeting to take care of that essential business before going along with the less essential business at the bottom of the agenda. Do I have support for that motion? Mark McIntyre seconds, thank you. We good to reorder the agenda that way? Yes, please. Thank you. All right, we're reordering the agenda. So item 6 will be moved up to be the new item 4. We'll do the monthly update and then the SEEP on Arapahoe multi-use path after that, and then carry on. So now we're going to just carry on with item number 3, which is our usual public comment period. As Allison just indicated, this is the time for members of the public to speak to us and weigh in on items that they would wish to bring to our attention. If it has to do with the capital improvement projects agenda item, we have a separate public hearing scheduled for that, but there is no other public hearing scheduled this evening. So this would be a good time for members of the public to let us know what is on their minds for other items either on the agenda or off this evening. Typically we have 3 minutes. I see no reason to depart from that. And so we can move directly into the public comment period.
Okay, great. So,
Thank you.
like I said, Tila, we are going to aim for the timer being on a smaller screen, so that'll actually be replacing my screen. There won't be a sound with it, so I will just go ahead and come online once you see that the time has ended. So Karen, we're going to start with you. Your hand is the one I saw first. Just one moment while I set up the timer. All right, Karen, you can go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Karen Holweg, and I live across from Fairview High, and I'm speaking tonight as a resident who will be impacted by your recommendations to City Council and Planning Board regarding the CU South traffic plans and annexation. I have 3 points. The first, pre-COVID, when I had morning appointments out of the range of the skip bus, it took me 5 changes of the stoplight at Table Mesa and Broadway to get through that intersection and proceed north to my appointments. I know from direct experience that that intersection is at capacity. The annexation agreement needs a performance standard of no net increase in traffic during peak periods. And that is not currently there as I understand it. My second point, Highway 33 access should only be used for emergency access as originally requested by CU. In addition to serious safety concerns, including this emergency only as an emergency only access is best. If it's considered a primary entry and exit point, it will only add to the traffic already overloaded at the Table and Mesa and Broadway intersection. Third, I support a multimodal transportation system, and from this site to the main campus. And given the scale and distance of this site from the main campus, the city, in my opinion, should provide TAB and all decision makers with estimates of the additional greenhouse gases that will be generated if this campus is approved and built. Thank you for your consideration of these points as you make your recommendations tonight.
Thank you, Karen. All right, and next up I have Lynn. Lynn, I'm going to ask you to unmute and you can go ahead and begin speaking.
I unmuted. Okay, I unmuted myself, but then your other person. Yeah, I come in as someone not from South Boulder. I come to these meetings all the time. I can see this is all about CU South today, but and I come in with the emphasis on CU South. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Because of all the other growth that I see all over this friggin' town, it is, in 5 years, you won't recognize this place. And you are gonna have transportation nightmares that you will not believe. 30th and Pearl, the Rev, the Diagonal Plaza, Boulder Junction, Gun Barrel, 21st, 23rd, and 20th on Pearl. All new condos, driving up the land value. 17th and Pearl, driving up the land value. You know, electric elevator for cars so they can squeeze every square inch out of the condo. You know, the Balsam, Alpine Balsam, North Boulder, all the development up there by the bus stop. The bus stop, you know, greenwash. It's got all the solar on it, and they've got electric resistive stoves. Unbelievable. This is not a progressive town. Unbelievable that something like that could happen. I know it's not your business, you're just TAB, but this is all this stuff is going to cause transportation nightmares. I disagree. I'm also disinvested from Plain Boulder, who my dad took me to meetings at 35 years ago, with regards to their suggestion that you relocate CU South at North. No, that's not a solution. That's going to make it even worse. You know, Boulder has to have a carrying capacity, and you have to push the envelope. Liquor Mart, another development that was, you know, originally Dick Tharp and Flatiron's Gravel. It all comes around, doesn't it? $5 million off the price. Good deal for CU. Dick Tharp, who then got involved in the sex scandal at CU because of the Liquor Mart Association. So stepped down from a primary position he had with Liquor Mart, then sold it to WW Reynolds, who sold it to somebody in California. That's what Boulder is now. It's California, right? You know, it's going to be in LA. at this rate. And we are building like there's no tomorrow. You've got big troubles ahead. So forget about it with CU South. That's going to be the end of this place entirely. Do not do it. Don't even go there. Separate the floodplain from the
Thank you, Lynn.
annexation.
Thank you, Lynn. And next up, I have Kurt Nordbeck. Kurt, I will go ahead and ask you to unmute, and you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hello, Kurt Nordbeck here. I have a compliment and a concern, I guess. The compliment is I was privileged to be able to take part on in the SIP tour the other day, and I just want to thank the city for conducting that. It's such a great way for the public and TAB and staff to get together and talk informally and throw out ideas and just discuss details on the ground. So I really hope that those continue. My concern relates to what I heard from staff at the last council meeting in the discussion of NPP and AMPS, saying that that their expectation was that the way we would meet our transportation-related climate emissions goal is through waiting for CAFE standards and electrification of vehicles to take care of it. And that concerns me very much. For one thing, it's not going to work. That is simply not going to be sufficient. Certainly on the timescale that we need to do things, or perhaps ever. Secondly, as you know, we also have VMT goals and modal shift goals that just changing a little bit of the details of the cars that we're driving, are just not going to meet. We need a much more substantive change in the way we address transportation in this city. And I think that staff agrees. I hope that that was just a misstatement. But in any case, I would love for staff to clarify that both to the public and to city council at some point. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. And next up, I have Peter Mayer. Peter, I'm going to go ahead and ask you to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Peter Mayer, 1339 Hawthorne Avenue in Boulder. I am the co-chair of Plan Boulder County. I wanted to reiterate some comments that were first sent to you a few months ago and then also sent again recently. These were prepared by George Gerstle, who is a board member of Plan Boulder and who is the former chair of, or head director of transportation planning for the county. And these particularly relate to the proposal for CU South. So while we do see some positive changes in the draft before you, we really believe that more needs to be required of CU as part of this annexation agreement. And we hope that you will reiterate these points to City Council. First of all, the performance standard really needs to include a requirement of no net increase of traffic during peak periods in particular. And the staff summary indicates that the current draft agreement limits that to around 5,000 additional daily vehicle trips. So we really think that is going to be problematic. Number two, CU should be required to show how shuttle bus and bike and pedestrian routes are going to move people between their campuses. Table Mesa and Broadway, Table Mesa and US 36, and Table Mesa and Foothills are all already pretty congested. We see no discussion or analysis of how the buses will be moved effectively between CU South, the main campus, and the East campus. It would make sense to consider dedicating Moorhead as a bikeway, maybe for local access, perhaps, to connect CU South and the main campus. This would take away the buses off of to Table Mesa and Broadway and address some of the concerns from the locals. Number three, we have real serious concerns about the safety of the proposed Highway 93 access point. Putting in a new unsignalized access on a steep curving hill with high-speed traffic is clearly a recipe for disaster. You have not looked at any data on this as far as we know. And we feel that this is really basically CU doing a bait and switch upon us, where they told us at first they weren't going to need this, or it was only going to be for emergencies. And now suddenly they want a full access point. Finally, there needs to be a specific agreement or that in the annexation agreement to construct a bike and pedestrian transit underpass under Table Mesa, connecting to Moorhead as well as to the proposed multimodal center. That would really be a substantial improvement here. Thank you so much for all your hard work on behalf of all of us citizens of Boulder. We really appreciate it. And thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you, Peter. All right, next up, I have Mike Marsh. Mike, I'm going to ask you to unmute now.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, thanks for your time. As a resident of South Boulder, I want to express my concerns about a number of major flaws in the CU South traffic study. I sent you about an hour ago 3 attachments, and the first one concerns a timeline. These dates really matter, so I'm going to walk through them for you. Friday, November 13th, 2020 was the last day of in-person learning for CU, okay? Monday, November 16th was the last day of in-person learning for Boulder Valley School District. Tuesday, November 17th is when Fox Tuttle started its 3-day traffic counting in South Boulder. The point being, on top of the already suppressed traffic due to the generalized effects of COVID in general, now we had an acute spike in which 46,000 additional people were removed from South Boulder roadways. We got that from looking up the students, faculty, and staff for CU at 42,000 and 4,000 students, faculty, and staff for the South Boulder K-12 schools. My point is that the traffic study projects 7,000 additional trips per day. But the problem is if you're superimposing that onto a very low-balled starting traffic number, your ultimate traffic count is going to be far lower than it actually is. And in addition to this, they committed yet another statistical error, which is that they used the wrong multiplier. So they counted traffic in November. That was the month that was most impacted by COVID, and therefore it deserves the highest multiplier. Okay, so the lower than normal traffic count you have, the higher multiplier you have to assign to it. That's just basic statistics. But what they did is they went out and borrowed the multiplier from an adjacent month. It happened to be October, which was the least impacted by COVID. So therefore it had the least multiplier. And you just can't do that. You can't cherry pick on both ends of the spectrum. On the one hand, get the lowest traffic count you can find, but rather than using the multiplier for that, which should be sky high, you simultaneously use a very low multiplier. Now you've got compounded errors on top of errors. This would get a failing grade in a 10th grade statistics class. We had a PhD statistician in my neighborhood who looked at the Fox Tuttle traffic study, and he wrote pages and pages about all the errors in it. The only response I've heard to this is that, oh, well, that's Fox Tuttle. They can do no wrong. And my point is, every one of us, even all the way up to the President of the United States, has to be accountable. And the moment we start excusing people and saying, oh, they don't have to be accountable because they're thus and so, that's a real slippery slope. So I'm really hoping that TAB can take a hard look at this and offer some critical analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Next up, I have Ben. Ben, I'm going to go ahead and ask you to unmute. Go ahead.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ben Binder. I live in South Boulder. I'm a registered professional engineer and land surveyor. To further Boulder's goal of eliminating traffic-related fatalities, I urge you to question the wisdom of adding a new treacherous intersection on Colorado 93 to serve CU South. Because of high winds, curves, hills, very aggressive drivers, and high traffic volumes, about 22,000 average vehicle trips per day, Colorado 93 is one of the state's most hazardous roads. In the winter, westerly winds blow snow from the foothills across the road, resulting in whiteouts and slick, icy conditions. In fact, I refuse to drive 93 lots of times when I'm coming back from the mountains. I'll take I-70 to Wadsworth and heads north on Wadsworth because I consider 93 to be so treacherous. Nonetheless, CU is demanding a new unsignalized intersection with Colorado 93 located on a curve on a hill. Fox Tuttle's traffic impact study states that the AM/PM traffic volumes, both directions, are 2,200 vehicles per hour, a vehicle every 1.6 seconds. During rush hour, a motorist wishing to enter the intersection and turn left and head south to Golden will need to wait for an opportunity to cross 2 lanes of high-speed northbound traffic and merge into the high-speed southbound lane, with an average of 1.6 seconds between vehicles. I explained this situation to a neighbor who described this as a death trap. As we know, people lose patience and they make decisions that are very dangerous when they have to wait forever to get into an intersection. While emergency access may be helpful at the location, I urge you to exercise good judgment and common sense and reject the city staff's recommendation for a major intersection at that location. I seriously question the advice of any transportation engineer who would recommend an unsignalized access to Colorado 93 at that location. The idea is so ludicrous, I can only imagine the plan is to add traffic signals as a bargaining chip to obtain permission for the unneeded intersection. I am very surprised that CU's transportation engineer and city staff did not look at accident crash data on Colorado 93. After several requests for accident data, Garrett Slater returned my call and informed me that 1, the city is not required to review accident data, crash data, according to the Colorado Access Code. 2, that such information was not readily available. And 3, the city attorney's office informed him that I would need to submit a formal Colorado Opens Records Act request to obtain such data. Interestingly, Colorado State Patrol has jurisdiction south of that intersection, and they provided me information on 131 accidents on 93 within the last 5 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next up, I have Stephen Heidel. Stephen, I'm going to ask you to unmute right now.
Okay, thank you. Stephen Heidel, Goss Grove. 2 just sort of quick questions. 1, today we had another ozone action alert day. And the first one I think we had this year is end of May, which is, I think, a record. So my question is the Transportation Department following some of these guidelines, driving less, not using gas-powered equipment to mow or to weed during the day, during ozone alert days, which has been about 50% of our days since end of May. Because I know even, it seems like we could get the Transportation Department sort of lead on the climate action and switch our fleet and our contractors to electrical weed eaters and weed blowers and mowers. And the other question I have, I'm trying to find it on the new City of Boulder website, is sort of hard. The Colorado Regent project to add another car lane. I know there's issues at the bottom of Colorado at 28th Street with the bike lane going into the really large bollards. And I know Community Cycles and people from TAB a month or 2 ago were discussing with staff on any changes. And I can't find any documentation on the old or new website if anything got redesigned. Right now it's the bottom of a hill. Bikes will be doing 20 to 30 miles an hour into these really large bollards. They're like 2 feet wide. I know the city doesn't want to remove those bollards because it will cost money. But right now the design is really dangerous, especially in winter or during rainstorms. So I just can't find any information on the website about that project. Seems like there should be bid information or some construction materials, but I can't find anything on that project or any updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Next up, I have Margaret. And Margaret, I'm going to go ahead and ask you to unmute right now.
Hi, I'm Margaret Lecomte. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I live in South Boulder, and I'm a part of a neighborhood organization, Safe South Boulder, that is basically dead set against any of the conclusions in the Fox Tuttle report, because feel that it should not be used as a guide for instituting any kind of decisions on traffic and transportation impacts in South Boulder. I just want to summarize some of the objections. First of all, I'd like to echo the concerns that Ben Binder and Peter Mayer and others have said about the danger of that the proposed intersection at Highway 93, which is an absolute disaster. The second is I would like to echo the request that there be a net zero increase required of the CU South development in traffic. This afternoon, I was trying to make a right turn off of the only exit from the neighborhood I live in, the Fraser Meadows neighborhood, onto Table Mesa. It's at that ramp by the park and ride. And the traffic on Foothills and that ramp and all the way south on 36 was backed up and stopped. That indicates to me that the infrastructure in the south end of town is completely overloaded already without having the large numbers of increased traffic that would be proposed with the CU South project, to say nothing of the 2,000 parking places that are proposed for the CU South campus, which would add a lot more traffic. The third thing is that the Tuttle study suggests as a remedy to the problems of making left turns off Table Mesa anywhere, or even right turns at Broadway, to simply extend the distance for wait times for people to make a turn to 12 feet. Now, I think that's maybe 3 bumper-to-bumper cars. All that really does is provide a longer space for people to stack up behind a stoplight and wait. That is not a solution to traffic. So the remedies that are proposed by Fox Tuttle aren't going to work. And if you try to take a look at the diagram that they have for the proposed intersection at 93, once you try to figure it out, you realize that it is an absolute death wish waiting to happen for anybody to try to use that. So I'd strongly urge the TAB to consider rejecting any attempts to accept the traffic recommendations in the CU South proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. All right, and I do not see any more hands raised. So I think you're good to go, Tila.
Okay, thank you. Is this audio working better? Maybe.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, we'll do it that way then. As always, I appreciate when members of the public come and state their views. I was expecting to hear a good deal on CU South from you tonight. We will, of course, turn back to it later on this evening, but appreciate you coming and giving us your input. Next, we will move to the public hearing about the Transportation Capital Improvements Project. This is part 3 of 3. Garrett has been here presenting and giving us some background information the last 2 TAB meetings. And in addition, TAB had a working session with Garrett and other staff. And then of course there was the CIP bike tour. So there's been quite a lot of activity on this item recently. So this will be the last touch, I believe, before the proposed budget goes to City Council for approval, which is why we'll be having a public hearing on this item this evening. The way it usually works is we will listen to the staff's presentation, and hopefully that will be fairly swift because we have gone through a good deal of this before. And then TAB will have a chance to ask any clarifying questions that we have. And then we will open it up to public input and have a public hearing. Speakers, again, having 3 minutes to tell us what they think. We will then close the public hearing, and then TAB will have its discussion, deliberation, and take action on this item as requested. So that's how this will work. Looks like Garrett's got the presentation loaded. So Garrett, why don't you go ahead and take it away?
Great, thank you, Tila. I appreciate the time to be with you tonight and all of your input and feedback and thoughtfulness with regard to the capital improvement program over the prior 3 months, and appreciate Hutch's endurance in participating here in light of recent events. So thank you. So I will, taking cues from Tila, move through this fairly swiftly. I won't belabor this, but just to remind everyone, the capital improvement program is the way we take care of the assets that are in the transportation infrastructure network, and we prioritize it consistent with the policies from the 2019 Transportation Master Plan. And therefore, the 22 to 27 recommended capital improvement program represents a total $91 million total investment, with approximately 16 million in grants, with an average of 13 million a year, where the programs comprise about 8 million per year. This slide is a reminder that the majority of our funding comes through the transportation fund, which is largely comprised of city sales tax in the city of Boulder. And we do our best to try to leverage that funding with grant funds, and it's supplemented as well by development excise tax and fees that come through the development fund, as well as the Boulder Junction Fund. There are a variety of grant opportunities that we pursue throughout the year and on semi-annual to other greater frequency type of intervals. And we've hit this point pretty hard, so I'll move on to the next slide here and remind everyone that the primary focus of our capital improvement program has shifted from one-time enhancement, standalone type projects, to more ongoing multimodal programs that are focused on safety, maintenance, and implementation of the low stress walk and bike network and Vision Zero and neighborhood speed management. So that is indicated by the pie chart that you see on this slide here. One of the factors working against the CIP for transportation is the rising cost of materials, goods, and services. And the construction marketplace is, of course, subject to that. We're seeing over the last several years higher than typical consumer price index inflation in the construction marketplace. And the last year or so of COVID inflation has really had an impact on the types of projects that we're doing in the city. So that obviously reduces our ability to further implement the standalone projects that we do want to fulfill in pursuit of our TMP goals and objectives. So this is the table that depicts all and summarizes each of the standalone projects for the Boulder Transportation Fund. And we'll be highlighting some of the key points from this, as well as the multimodal distribution across each of these projects. This is the summary of standalone projects for the Transportation Development Fund, which includes the 28th Street multimodal enhancements, as well as the 28th to Colorado intersection. And then this is the chart that, or the table rather, that depicts all of the individual programs that were noted previously that bring attention to the focus that we have on safety, maintenance, as well as the focus on Vision Zero and low stress walk and bike network. So just a brief summary of each of the program areas then. So the payment management program is the largest line item funding within the maintenance program area. And we have approximately $5 million a year, more or less, over the next 5 years allocated to this program for taking care of our streets. So this would include everything from chip seals and overlays to crack seals and other chemical treatments to preserve the life of the pavement. We have this is a top priority because we have such a massive investment in our 300 centerline miles of streets in the community. And we want to make sure we're preserving and taking care of that asset. Then we have our pedestrian programs that are focused on both enhancements, but primarily on repair and maintenance of the sidewalk system and making sure that our system is compliant with American with Disabilities Act and Department of Justice guidelines. And this is also a recognition of walking being the fundamental mode of transportation in the community and our desire to make sure that we have facilities to cause that to occur. We also have the program for major capital reconstruction, which is focused on taking care of the bridges and structures that are underneath our roads and along our pathway system. And then the multi-use path program, which is, we have some dedicated to maintenance and some dedicated to enhancement that helps to repave the pathways, such as the example we visited in the community gardens area adjacent to Long's Gardens in just this past Friday. And then some of the other areas that have come into the multimodal focus of the programs in recent years, the Neighborhood Speed Management Program. And then we also have the Vision Zero low stress bike network and focus on transit line items that were introduced a couple of years ago. And this is just as it was presented to you last month, in consultation with Alex Weinheimer, as well as further discussion with staff. It seems that there is a desire to call special attention within the CIP line item to the way that we can integrate Vision Zero more transparently with the pavement management program. As an example, the way the pavement management program repaved the stretch of Folsom and introduced buffered bike lanes, and in the way that we're looking to do something similar on Lehigh adjacent to Mesa and Bear Elementary. And so what this would then look like as we go from this slide to the next slide, where we had previously proposed increasing funding on Vision Zero capital projects from $50,000 per year up to $125,000 a year. And we would split this line item into two separate lines, where we would have the pavement management program Vision Zero improvements at $75,000 a year, and then the standalone Vision Zero capital projects at $50,000 a year. And so those $75,000 a year enhancements then would be integrated along with the maintenance efforts of the pavement management program to more fully call attention to the Vision Zero efforts that are coming to fruition because of the expenditures of the pavement management program. So if it's okay, we'll just keep moving along, but and come back to any questions or clarifications that we might have on this slide. Project-wise, we had the 4 additional projects that were a result of the Safer Main Streets grant provided by DRCOG for 28th and Colorado Protected Intersection, the 30th Street Separated Bike Lanes Project, and the Safer Signals, as well as the DRCOG Regional Transportation and Technology Grant for communication and signal enhancements. So we talked about the 28th and Colorado project last time, which would introduce protected bike infrastructure, as well as transit service lanes for enhancing transit along Colorado and across 28th Street, which is depicted in the graphic on the lower right. Then the 30th Street separated bike lanes is an outcome, as well as the 28th project of the 30th and Colorado corridor study. And this would implement separated bike lane facilities along 30th Street from the north edge of the project that's currently under construction at 30th and Colorado to the just south of the intersection with Arapahoe. And we received 2 grants here to allow this project to occur. One is through Safer Main Streets, and the other is from the Transportation Improvement Program waitlist funding. We were able to receive that for a total of about $4.5 million in grants. Then the Safer Signals and the Regional Transportation Technology will improve signal communication such that we'll be able to facilitate having a future transportation technology, intelligent transportation center where we can remotely and intelligently manage the traffic signal system, as well as implement Vision Zero enhancements around the signal system that would make each of the crossings safer for pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles. And we talked last time also about the #1 missing link in our system, the 47th Street sidewalk across the BNSF Railway, just east of Foothills and south of the Diagonal Highway. And then we also have the forthcoming HSIP, or Highway Safety Improvement Program, Vision Zero traffic signal reconstruction at Baseline Mohawk, Folsom and Pine, and Baseline and Broadway. You'll soon be hearing communications about the downtown Boulder station, And that will be coming forward here in the next couple of months as we begin the seat process for this project, just as we've recently been going through it in the East Arapahoe multi-use path project. And then finally, we've got the 28th Street project, which we went into in a bit of detail last month, which will provide multimodal enhancements for regional transit service along 28th Street, which is also the State Highway 119 future bus rapid transit corridor. So with that, what we are here tonight is to seek a recommendation to the planning board of the 22 to 27 CIP. And after a planning board hears and makes a recommendation, it would then go to city council. So appreciate your interest and happy to entertain any questions you might have.
Thanks, Garrett. Tab, any questions? Garrett, would you mind backing up to the slide you said you knew we would have questions about? And then in the meantime, I see Mark put up his hand.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, so I have several comments that I'm going to save for our deliberations. I do have 2 clarifying questions. And Garrett, did you find it of value to review and adjust the modal percentages in this latest presentation to better reflect the actual expenditures? Was that a value to you? Was that a value to anyone else on staff? Or was it, do you consider it a good use of time or not?
So I think it was a good use of time because as you challenged us to think harder about where the investment actually is residing, it causes us to think about, are we really pursuing the kinds of projects that we say are our top priorities in the transportation master plan? And so I think for the purpose of transparency and making sure that the community is aware that we're spending the investments with the precious resources we have in a way that's consistent with those goals and objectives, it is valuable. So I appreciate your input into that.
All right, good, thank you. The other clarifying question is, as I reviewed last month's CIP presentation and this month's and went back and forth, and again, I'll make some other comments on that, but is there a total number for each mode of the 4 modes for the 2022-2027 CIP and its relative percentage?
Is there a total dollar value investment?
Yeah, and then its percentage. So of the 2022-2027 CIP, 10 million bike, 8 million PED, 12 million transit, and then the associated percentages. I'm not asking you to calculate it now. I'm just wondering if I missed it, or is it available or not, or what?
I was about to share my screen, but you could also look at attachment A of the memo, which includes a summary of the percentages as well as the total dollar sums for 22, as well as the 22 to 27. So I'll go ahead and share my screen so you can take a look at it.
Great. I want you to know I have been looking at the memo and the presentation, but there's a lot there since Friday, so.
I understand.
Okay, so that's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Okay. And that's in the memo.
It is.
Okay, great, excellent, thank you. I don't have any other questions, thank you.
Okay. So, Garrett, I asked you to pull up that slide when you were pulling out. I think you described it as a way to better show how you're integrating some of these programs with the PMP. And I had gotten a bit of a preview of that thinking from Alex. I think the way he was thinking of it was that there would be some kind of way to park PMP, just strict maintenance and putting stuff back where it was versus when we change things around as in connection with and capitalizing on the fact that the roadway is changing as part of a PMP scheduled maintenance. And then we do some enhancements. So there would be some money drawn, not from PMP, but from somewhere else. Is this the kind of the way that you have settled on how to reflect that kind of pooled money to achieve more than one objective?
Yes, and so hopefully you can see that I'm sharing that slide again.
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, so I would describe it as it's one way that it could be done. I don't know if it's the most perfect way,
Okay.
but I think it's one way that it could be done in a manner that's consistent with what Alex was describing.
Okay. So for instance, if on say Lehigh, where we are, or Folsom, the section of Folsom that's going to get redone as part of the PMP, but then we're going to try to put cast in place concrete to physically separate that bike lane. Are you saying that most of the money for just stripping up and fixing and putting down asphalt again would come out of PMP, but then the cast in place concrete curb stuff would come from the Vision Zero capital projects line item or something? Is that how we're, okay.
That's correct, right.
Okay.
And it could, and just to clarify, so it could, the same could be true if we left it as it were previously proposed. But Alex felt compelled to note that to call attention to the way it's being integrated into the pavement management program. It was more transparent to separate it. So the Vision Zero capital projects could be a bit more encompassing to include standalone Vision Zero capital project efforts, or it can include Vision Zero that's integrated. And he thought it made more sense, both from a staff and tab interaction level, but also to a community reporting level, to be able to call attention to the way we're leveraging one program to benefit all involved.
Right. One thing I'm worried about is if we decide we want an improvement and it's not necessarily a Vision Zero, but it's more a low stress walk and bike thing, but we haven't said that money's going to get pulled from that. Is this doing it this way going to be complicated by that? I think the way he had described it, just like PMP enhancements, didn't care which pocket of money we were pulling the enhancement part out of.
I would say it only complicates it from an accounting perspective, not from an approval or sort of regulatory oversight perspective.
Okay, great. Okay, that's all I have. Thanks. I'm scrolling through. Hutch, you've unmuted. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, Garrett, I had a quick question. Could you take us back to the slide on the fiber optic to the intersections?
Sure.
And I'm just wondering how I think about this. This is a clarification question only. Do we have fiber optic already at the other major intersections, and this is an addition? Or is this a selection of these intersections for some other reason?
So there's two parts to the response here. The first is we don't have fiber everywhere, but you might have noticed if you're paying close attention that there are a lot of construction vehicles happening and moving all about the city because they're busy installing the city broadband network
right.
as we speak. The Paonia construction vehicles are a strong presence in town right now. And so they are building that network out. And much like we like to talk about a first and final mile problem in transportation, we also have a first and final connection problem with connecting the broadband to our signal infrastructure. So what this RTOT money will do is help to connect our signal technology or signal equipment into the broadband to improve the overall technology and quality of the interface between the users of the system and the managers of the system.
Got it. So with respect to location, after this is done, are we going to, will we have all the major locations we'd really like this to be done or is this a tranche of activity?
Yeah, this is, I would describe it as a first major tranche of activity. So we won't have all of the signals we'd like connected, but we will have a majority of the signals we'd like to have connected. And then the exhibit you're seeing on the right was an attachment to the grant application for the safer signals. And that was more being able to focus, that was more on safety and less on technology. And so you can see the overlay of the pedestrian focus areas with some of the signal areas that were targeted for the Vision Zero safer signal enhancements.
Got it. Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thanks. Any other clarifying questions from Tab before we open up the public hearing? Okay, seeing none. Wait, there are a number of members of the public. I don't see any hands up. Oh, Stephen just put his hand up. Nice job. But this is a great time for members of the public to weigh in on what they see and think about the capital improvements project. Allison, are you gonna
Yes,
drive on the
all
part?
right.
Great, thank you.
So first of all, I have Stephen Heidel. Stephen, I'm going to ask you to unmute. Oh, just one moment. Okay, Stephen, you can go ahead.
Oops, sorry, I was double muted. Okay, so Stephen Heidel, Cosgrove. Just relating to the TMP, how we have the reduction of in commuters, reduction of vehicle miles. And then some of these projects that we're highlighting next few years are adding vehicle lanes or keeping vehicle lanes. You had a comment, we have 500 centerline miles or 300. Is there any plan to start reducing vehicle lanes in the city and budget that? Two examples here: 30th Street. It's almost a $6 million project to add a separated bike lane just because we are trying to keep 4 lanes of traffic. It seems like that would be a better use to do a road diet on 30th, slow the street down, get the volume of traffic down, and it probably cut that budget by 2/3, I imagine. So it's sort of, I think, long range planning. I think the transportation department needs to start looking at the climate emergency that the city council has declared. And another example of a street that could be narrowed down is Stable Mesa. I was biking by it at King Supers when it was down to 1 lane on my bike, and traffic was nice, doing 20 miles an hour, no backups. It's back to 2 lanes there. Traffic's going 35 miles an hour. And on a bike with a trailer with a kid in there, it's a bit scary. So I think overall, and sort of like Broadway is 6-lane highway when it should be 2 lanes, cutting through the city. It seems like all of our projects, the 28th Street project is adding more lanes. The 30th Street project is keeping what we have. I think overall, the transportation department really needs to start thinking about how we're going to reduce traffic to get to the TMP. And these 5 years of projects are not going to achieve our TMP goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Next up, I have Lynn. Lynn, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Segue. Because, I know you guys are stuck with what planning board does, but you're part of the problem too. You're part of the system, and you have to advocate that you aren't able to meet your TMP goals because of all this growth. I drive my car once every 6 months. I don't even have insurance now because it's not worth it I'll just drive once every 6 months. But, you know, I don't want to drive my car. Drive my bike. I won't drive it east at all. I hate it. Just going to the bigger stores there that I need to. And if you haven't got a way to reduce the problem from the root, you're going to just be in the reactionary mode, and you're not going to like this job anymore. You're going to want to get off planning board. Transportation advisory board, because it's frustrating. It's not, you know, a lot of these projects that have been going on with planning board, the development and everything, these people are going to drive their cars because they don't want to move around on their bike in a congested area. I live in an uncongested area by Tila. I ride my bike all the time around the neighborhood, and I just stay home and stay around my area. But those people east of here don't have anything but high-rise apartments and congestion to live in, and they don't want to ride their bike in that. And the bus system is depleted because of the virus, and the bus system is just creating more reason to build too, you know, transportation development. So got to have a say to the other groups in a super master plan of all city operations, planning, transportation, and housing, and get that worked out, because otherwise in the future you're going to see that all this work that Garrett's been doing is going to all be for naught, because people aren't going to enjoy it, and the place isn't going to be that much nicer. It's still driving around in a high frequency, high car, high speed environment that people don't want to do that for enjoyment. So that's my say. Thanks.
Thank you, Lynn. Next up, I have Sue Prant. Sue, I'm going to ask you to unmute and go ahead.
Hi, how are you? So I would just like to commend the staff on doing more with the pavement management program to get us more safer facilities. I think that's a great move forward. We've been asking for a long time, what can we do that is not a giant planning task, and how can we get stuff on the road quicker? And the pavement management program is a great response to that. So I really think you've done a great job doing that. I'd like to see more of that. We'd like to see more working with the city to get more funding within the main city budget and able to fund the pavement management program and other projects like this that are routine maintenance projects. And just doing more through routine maintenance is great, and making the streets safe through routine maintenance is really a big part of the job of what the city transportation department does. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sue. And I don't see any other hands, Tila.
Yeah, so Kurt had his hand up briefly, but then looks like he took it down. So I'm going to assume Kurt knows how to use the hand raising, and he means he doesn't want to weigh in. Oh, I see Lisa's hand up. Lisa White.
Yep, there's Lisa. Okay, Lisa, I'm going to go ahead and ask you to unmute. Go ahead.
Okay, good evening, Tab. So I was taking a quick look at the proposed transportation fund by ModeShare, and at first glance, it looks really awesome that we're spending over $7.5 million on pedestrians and bicycles. But digging into it a little bit more, I just couldn't help but feel like the numbers were a little bit misleading. So looking at things like the 28th Street breakdown and seeing that is only 10% roadway and the rest is majority pedestrian, bicycle, and it's primarily a transit project. But I feel like a piece that we're missing is the reason that a lot of these projects are so expensive is because of the roadway, and the desire to not impact car travel and inconvenience drivers in any way seems to be driving up the cost of a lot of projects. So like Stephen Haydel said earlier, if we were to look at repurposing some of the existing space that we have, then I feel like there's a lot of potential for the money that we have within our transportation funding to make a true impact in creating low stress pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure. So I don't know what's feasible with this list of projects that's in front of TAB right now, but I do hope that in the future we can look at how we can spend money smartly, maybe do things that require some political will in order to reach the stated goals that we have in all of our city plans. So thanks for listening.
Thank you, Lisa. And it looks like Kurt has his hand back up. So Kurt, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Hi, sorry I had to step away, but I'm back. I would like to echo a lot of what Lisa just said, that I think that the modal distribution numbers that are cited here are pretty deceptive. A lot of what we're now implementing for bike and ped in particular modes are really necessitated by the fact that there are lots of cars here and we're trying to deal with that. And so I feel that the modal distribution just does not accurately reflect that. In specific, some of the numbers for the signals changes, in particular the signal fiber project, which I think Garrett said would be used primarily for ITS sorts of developments. That to me is almost 100% for the benefit of motor vehicles. There have been studies done that indicate that if you have a large intersection with enormous bike and ped traffic and zero motor vehicles, it can function fine with no signals. You can have thousands of bikes and pedestrians going through an intersection and it just works. It doesn't need a signal. It's sort of self-regulating. But even a relatively small number of motor vehicles requires a signal. So the very presence of signals is for the benefit of motor vehicles. It's not for the benefit of the people walking, the people biking. And so I would just like more awareness of that. Ideally from staff, or barring that, some that TAB look at these numbers with a little bit of a skeptical eye, because I think, as I said, a lot of this really is necessitated by the fact that we have a motor vehicle dependent transportation system currently. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt.
Thanks, Kurt. Any other hands? I don't see anyone else. And I would like to take a moment, since Mark had already asked about it, and both Lisa and Kurt and others were talking about the modal distribution numbers. This came up during our working session a little over a week ago, because it has been a longstanding sort of bothersome element when we're just trying to figure out where all the money went and who it served. It hasn't seemed quite accurate for a number of years. And so, to be fair, we asked staff to take a stab at more accurately reflecting sort of what the users were who were benefiting from some of these. I'm not sure we even like pinned down precisely how we were going to change our estimates of who is being served by different projects, but the comments that were raised just now were among the points of discussion. And so what's in this is staff's first attempt to massage the numbers to take in some of this input, and it's definitely, we had no expectation it was going to be the precise delineation of who's getting what, but it was a first attempt to be a little bit more accurate and a little more representative of the kinds of sentiments that you have raised this evening and that have been raised by TAB before. So, if it gets approved tonight, it doesn't mean we're approving all of the methodology that went into to shifting it. It will be part of an ongoing conversation, but I do want to recognize staff's efforts to sort of meet us, and listen to those comments and sort of try to make this more transparent and more reflective of where the money's going. So thanks, Garrett, for that. And thank you, of course, members of the public for bringing this stuff to our attention and being part of the conversation. I appreciate it. We will close the public hearing now, seeing no other hands. And I will open it up to staff discussion. On the table is a proposed budget and project list. And this is the time for Tab to discuss and weigh in and say yay or nay. As I mentioned, it's been several iterations of work on this. And so it is feeling to me like we are nearing approval of this. I don't think that there are any large objections to anything, but if there's any tinkering, or in particular, if Tab has any reaction to that modal split, this would be a great time to raise that. I also did discuss this briefly with Alex after our bike tour. And so I think we've got his sense that this is a project list that we would like to approve this evening. Is there any other sense from any other member of Tab? You want to weigh in on any of this? Ryan, go ahead.
Tila, so I don't think I have anything to add on the substance of it. I as you indicated, we've had a number of meetings on this. I acknowledge some of the comments we heard from the public about, is this really? I think overall, I want to compliment Garrett and the team for really going through the number of iterations with us. And I think this is one of the best. I've been with Tab since March. This is one of the best processes, I suppose, on different matters we've talked about. And I like to do more of this kind of dialogue where we actually do have a lot of hard questions and we go back and forth, and I'm grateful for Garrett and the team taking that very seriously. So I'm happy with where we are on this, just, given all other constraints.
Thanks, Ryan. Mark?
Okay, so I know Hutch is getting ready to go, and I'm going to try to keep my comments brief, but since I have been one to kind of stir the pot on this particular subject over the last couple of years, I feel I need to make some comments here. And I want to acknowledge three things about this CIP update. The distribution rework, I greatly appreciate. It's very helpful to me as I go through the projects and rethink them. And I want to acknowledge that I'm sure it was time consuming. And many projects, whether it's 25% or 26%, what I was looking for, I feel like, which is something that we got, which was a best efforts basis to estimate the modal percentages. And so I appreciate that. And I think it's important that we all look at these, because as I've said before, how we spend money is much more important than what we say our goals are, or what we say we want to do. How we spend our money is really the most telling way of analyzing what it is we're doing and whether we're making progress. I also want to mention that in the last Tab meeting, not in our working session regarding the CIP, Garrett said something that I'm also appreciative of, and that was, he said we went back and we looked at this through a Tab lens. And, it's like, that is great. And I don't mean this pejoratively, but it's about time. That is really great. And I think that the acknowledgement of an anticipation of what Tab is going to think of, whether it's a CIP, whether it's a specific project, whether it's intersection improvements, you know, anticipating what TAB's input is going to be and position is going to be is helpful to TAB, and it's helpful to staff. And I know that you have many lenses. You have to look at all of this stuff through the eye of the city manager, of council, of many people, but the acknowledgement of looking at it through TAB's lens as one of your lenses, again, I appreciate that. I am also all about progress and not as much about perfection. And I think that this CIP represents progress, both in terms of us reaching our goals and in terms of transparency and in terms of staff and TAB's relationship. So I welcome that progress. And Teal has already referred to it, but we did take advantage of our publicly notice meeting. And I rely on Alex Weinheimer for, each TAB member comes to this with different areas of expertise and knowledge. And I appreciate Alex's, and Alex overall is in support of the CIP, and that's comforting to me. The modal redistribution, the additional detail, and as I look through the memo, the additional page by page project documentation all gives me comfort that what we're doing is transparent and certainly worthy of our consideration. So I don't want to carry on anymore other than say I'll be glad to make the motion when appropriate to approve the 2022-2027 CIP.
Thanks, Mark. Hutch, do you have anything to add?
Only one quick thing, which is a comment on Stephen Heidel's comment that at this point, I'm very supportive of the CIP. I think that we've run through a solid process for it. What Stephen did trigger for me is more a conceptual question for the future as opposed to anything about our decision now, which is, you know, under what circumstances would we spend money to remove pavement, and how much pavement, and how would that work? We've got a lot of pavement that we struggle to keep maintained now, much less paying to get rid of some, which costs a lot more. So it's almost as if we don't have mechanisms to do the types of things he's talking about. Other than that, very supportive. Thank you, staff, for, you know, I know a very lengthy and probably from your point of view, somewhat repetitive process, but I feel like this year in particular, I really understand what we're going to be doing. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Thank you, Hutch. Yeah, I am much more comfortable with this year's CIP than I was with last year's. I do think that it's a step in the right direction. And just to respond to something else that was raised during the public hearing, I hear you in being concerned that maybe not everything in the CIP is as robust or as vigorous as we might want our spending and movement on just operating our transportation network as a whole in pursuit of our larger climate goals in particular. And so where we spend our money is a big portion of meeting those climate goals, but it's not the only thing. And it's certainly not defensible to say that transportation department, transportation staff, and that the city manager through transportation staff that's the key way to change how we use our roads and how we envision as a community we getting around and jointly achieving a whole lot of changes in behavior, including transportation and how we get around and how we get our stuff. But it's not the only area and it's not the only lever that I think that city council and the city manager's office should be pulling in order to get the system-wide and community-wide change and region-wide change that we need to see to really make a big impact and to achieve our TMP goals and our greenhouse gas goals. But I am much more confident that this CIP is at least not undermining those efforts and is more transparent in ways that we are supporting other modes other than single occupancy vehicles, the way that we're still supporting transit despite the hit that transit ridership and enthusiasm, public enthusiasm and acceptance and willingness to ride transit has taken a hit during COVID. We are still assuming that's going to be a big part of how we move around and how we pursue our various goals that we've committed to over the past and into the future. And so I am appreciative of this CIP, and I would welcome a motion to approve it.
So moved.
Okay. Mark moves to approve the CIP. There is suggested language in the memo. It's on page 2 of the memo. Oh, there you go. Mark, is that the motion you'd like to make?
It is.
How about that? I'll second the motion. The motion reads, TAB recommends approval of the proposed 2022 to 2027 Transportation Fund, Transportation Development Fund, and Boulder Junction Fund CIP, which supports the vision and goals of Boulder's Transportation Master Plan. Any discussion on the motion from TAB members? I can't see you all at once, but I see no objection. There you are. Let's, if there's no discussion on the motion, then let's go ahead and move to a vote. All in favor? Hutch, I need to hear you or see you. There you go. Hands up. All right. The CIP, the motion is approved. The CIP is approved. Thank you very much, staff, for your dedication. This took a lot of time. I recognize that, but I appreciate it.
Thank you, Tab.
Okay. Now we're going to return back to our agenda as originally scheduled. We'll move to item 4, the monthly update.
Thank you very much. So this is just going to be a very brief update, and just to remind our viewing public, they can also see these statistics on the website. In fact, our brand new website, and that just launched today. So I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that. Just so that so that you're aware, in terms of pre-COVID versus now as we're coming out of the COVID period, that we're down about 10% in terms of travel from a similar time when you look from May 2019 to May 2021. And so we still haven't rebounded yet in terms of travel. I'm sorry, in terms of travel during, post-COVID. One of the other things to note is that total crashes in May were reduced 40% approximately compared to the same time frame in a May 2019 pre-COVID period. However, so that reduction is significantly greater in terms of when you compare it to the amount of travel that's come back. Now, severe crashes, on the other hand, they fluctuate from month to month. And so in May 2021, we had a 20% reduction with 4 severe crashes compared to 5 in May 2019. I think that, we've heard a lot of information input about statistical significance. And so it's probably within the boundaries of error. In terms of cycling travel, we have had a significant reduction internal to the city, between 35 and 50%, depending on the particular area, while the US 36 bikeway has a 20% reduction compared with 2019 pre-COVID levels. And so you can find all that information on the Vision Zero website. One of the other things, though, is when we look at RTD and HOP service, that is still very, very significantly impacted. So when we look at the statistics right now, RTD as a whole on its system reports approximately 65% less ridership than in pre-COVID level, pre-COVID levels. And then for the HOPS service for 2021 year to date, so January through June, ridership is 77% less than in 2019 year to date. So that's a substantial hit that we've taken on the HOPS service. In June 2021, HOP is 59% less than June 2019. And over the past 3 months, HOP ridership has increased compared to 2020 levels, as I noted, is still significantly down. And that is our transit and crash and travel data report during the COVID period as we come out. I feel like I should have a Walter Cronkite voice.
You should. Or some little radio jingle, right? Traffic on the ones.
You don't want to hear me sing, trust me.
Thank you for that, Erica. I did ask for that update and I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Any questions on that, Tab? I guess my only question is, if there's no one bike or there's so many fewer cyclists, then how come all of the bike shops are still like sold out? It's a global supply chain problem, I suspect. Yeah. All right, so if there's no questions on that, then we will move along. The next item will be the Arapahoe multi-use path. So this is an update before we have a SEEP either next month or in September. I think it's September. Another little housekeeping item. I will have to step away for a few minutes, somewhere in about half an hour from now. And so I would just, so we don't have to switch ringmasters mid-circus, I would really just like to ask Mark to take over to chair the rest of the meeting, just so I can step out without interrupting the meeting if I need to. If you don't mind, Mark. So I'll still be here and I'll still be listening. I just might not be attentive enough to be calling on people and doing all the housekeeping that I need to take care of. So.
Okay. So who is doing the East Arapahoe presentation? Are you ready?
It's me, Mark.
Okay.
Looks like Ryan.
There we go. Okay.
There you go.
I was like, wait, did I just miss a cue or something?
No, you're all good.
Okay. All right. Carry on, Ryan. Thanks.
No problem. Hello, everyone. My name is Ryan Knowles. I'm a senior transportation planner with the City of Boulder. And this evening, I'm going to give a brief overview of where we are with the East Arapahoe Multi-Use Path and Transit Stops project, which, as Tila and Mark mentioned, is a SEEP, a community environmental assessment process project. And so we will be talking about the design, the proposed design this evening in advance of finishing the SEEP and then presenting it to TAB on September 13th and holding a public hearing at that time. So just a little bit of background. This project is really coming out of the East Arapahoe Transportation Plan, which is a multimodal vision for the State Highway 7 corridor between Boulder and ultimately Brighton. But this project is really addressing the low-hanging fruit in this corridor, which is an incomplete multi-use path system between 38th Street and the South Boulder Creek. And then also upgrading existing transit stops really to help improve the transit service that exists today in advance of an eventual bus rapid transit project that is identified in the East Arapahoe Transportation Plan. The budget for this project is just under $2 million. We received a federal grant from the Denver Regional Council of Governments. And so it is a fairly constrained budget. And so really, again, just trying to focus on getting the low-hanging fruit here before we engage in a much larger project. We held 2 public meetings, so one on March 17th and another on May 26th. And we asked the community for feedback on a few different items. So we asked folks how they would prioritize the width of the multi-use path and the buffer between the path and the travel lanes. We asked folks what they would like to see in that buffer in regard to landscaping. We also focused on what kind of amenities are important at the existing transit stops, and then what we might be able to do to improve the unsignalized street crossings. So these are crossings that do not have traffic lights. You can see in the slide here that there is a section of a cross section of Arapahoe with a 12-foot multi-use path and 8-foot buffer. And so this was our preferred section. This is really what we were trying to achieve throughout the corridor. And really what we heard from folks was that in regard to the multi-use path width and the buffer, both are important. So it's important to have a wide multi-use path for folks to bike and walk, but also to have a significant separation from traffic. And of course, so Arapahoe is a very high volume street with higher speeds. And so again, we really did try to work towards that preferred section where we could. Unfortunately, a lot of this corridor has very constrained right-of-way. And because of our limited budget, we are unable to get more right-of-way because it would substantially increase the cost of the project and the timeline in which we have to spend the grant. So you'll see that we did have to make some adjustments where right-of-way was constrained. Again, we also asked residents and meeting participants how they would prioritize the landscaping and the buffer. And so we basically focused on 3 options. So a higher maintenance buffer with grass and frequent trees, which you'll see on the left-hand side of the slide. So this is a picture from 28th Street. In the middle, the one that is highlighted in green was the most popular option that we heard from folks, and that was lower maintenance landscaping with some native plantings and some rocks, and then still having some trees, but maybe not quite as many. And so this really isn't as large of an impact on our maintenance staff as the other option. And then the third option was quote unquote no maintenance landscaping. So this is basically a stamped and colored concrete buffer between the multi-use path and the roadway. And so this was the least popular of the 3 options that we presented to meeting participants and online. So I should say also that we had a Be Heard Boulder questionnaire where we received nearly 50 responses to the options that we laid out for folks, in addition to the public meetings that we held. We also asked meeting participants and Be Heard Boulder questionnaire respondents about what type of amenities they would like to see at transit stops. And so the most popular 2 that we heard in both Be Heard Boulder and at the public meetings were shelters and benches. And so, of course, we can't put shelters at every stop. There are some considerations with the level of ridership at the stops that do or do not get shelters. But what we took away from this was we should put shelters where they're warranted, and we should certainly prioritize seating at as many transit stops as possible. So seating came away as a very important item for those stops. And then we also will also be adding bike racks and trash cans where they are needed. And then finally, we had 3 options for the unsignalized street crossings. So we asked folks about raised crossings. So you'll see a raised crosswalk on the left-hand side of the slide. In the middle, we asked about curb extensions. So physically narrowing the opening in the street, thereby making the crossing shorter. And then the third option, which was the least popular of the 2, was basically just tightening the corners so that the turning radius was tighter and cars would have to take it at lower speed. What we heard from the engagement process from the meetings and the Be Heard Boulder questionnaire was really raised crosswalks, curb extensions were important. and that we really need to focus on making the pedestrian experience better at these unsignalized crossings. One challenge that we have, unfortunately, is there is a significant amount of floodplain in the corridor. So to the west, it's the Boulder Creek floodplain, and then to the east, it's the South Boulder Creek floodplain. And so that limits a little bit how much we can do in terms of concrete work, but we did try to focus on improving those crossings where we could. And so I'll just go through the bird's eye view design very quickly here, and then we can come back and focus on details if you like. But you can see on the south side of Arapahoe Avenue, starting at 38th and Marine, we are widening the path and adding buffer basically from that eastern terminus to just about 7,500 feet west of Foothills Parkway. And so this section here is that 12-foot path and 8-foot buffer that I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation that we were really focusing on prioritizing through the corridor. And then you'll see also that we have the upgrades to the transit stops highlighted here in blue. Moving east, so this is now east of Foothills Parkway. So this would be Boulder Community Health. We did actually add a curb extension at MacArthur Drive on the west side of the intersection. Oops. And we did continue that 8-foot buffer with 12-foot path through 48th Street. And then that would link up with the existing multi-use path in front of the Verdant Apartments. This is a rendering that shows what that curb extension with the lower maintenance native plantings and trees landscaping would look like in the buffer. Moving east, so you can see the right-of-way line, which in the bird's eye view map here is the dashed black line, moves in towards the street. And so this is where we begin our area where we have some more constrained right-of-way. And so the path just east of Patton Drive needs to narrow down by 2 feet, and then the buffer is actually 5 feet. And that's really to try to get that balance that we heard from the engagement process was important while working again within the right-of-way, because gaining more right-of-way would not be cost effective for the purposes of this grant. However, the buffer in the path then, well, the buffer widens east of Patton Drive, and then the path remains 10 feet in this section up to Conestoga, and then just east of Conestoga is able to bump out again before narrowing down a little bit. But really, we're trying to make these transitions, so to speak, a little more gentle, so that the difference between the 10-foot path and the 12-foot buffer isn't too abrupt, and the buffer here that goes from 8 to 10 and then to 6 isn't horribly different from driveway to driveway. So around 55th Street is where we have the most constrained right-of-way. And so just east on the south side of Arapahoe, unfortunately, we don't have enough space to have a full buffer as we would like. So this is where we are proposing putting a 2-foot buffer with stamped and colored concrete between the path and the travel lanes. I would like to note, though, that there are on-street bike lanes that start at 55th Street, heading eastbound and westbound, and continue east of 55th. And so there is a little more separation from the travel lane that's built in because of that 5-foot bike lane that exists there today. On the north side of the street at 56th, you'll see that there is also constrained right-of-way, and so we have that 2-foot buffer, but then it actually widens, and so where it widens, we're able to of course make the path wider and the buffer wider before it then shrinks down again. But then after that, that small section kind of center right where it is narrow on the north side, we are really able to, for the most part, continue the preferred section out. And I'm sorry, this is a rendering of what the stamped and colored concrete and the path would look like in front of the Conoco station. So this is just east of 55th Street. But as I was saying, as we continue out towards the junction with the Boulder Creek path at the South Boulder Creek, we're able to continue that 12-foot path and 8-foot buffer for the most part. I would like to point out in this bird's eye view map that this section just west of the Boulder Creek path and the South Boulder Creek will be included in the Waterview redevelopment that was recently approved by Planning Board. And then the other change on the south side that I would like to point out, so there's an existing transit stop that is adjacent to the Flatirons Golf Course. However, the issue with this transit stop is that there is no sidewalk or path that leads to it. So to access it, you need to walk in the shoulder / existing bike lane that is against traffic. And so what we will do with this project is actually make a slight widening to Arapahoe just east of Old Taylor Road, which will allow us to build a new pedestrian pad and transit stop that will be connected to the existing multi-use path that's there today. And this rendering shows that section just east of 56th Street on the north side of Arapahoe, where the path is narrow because of the right-of-way, but then widens out where we have additional right-of-way to add the buffer. And so that'll give you a sense of what the transition will look like. So the next steps, as I mentioned, we had the 2 public meetings on March 17th and May 26th. And then of course, we're at TAB tonight for information and feedback. Between now and September 13th, we'll finalize our SEEP and bring the SEEP to TAB on September 13th and have a public hearing before asking for your recommendation to place the SEEP on the City Council's call-up agenda. We would like to do that this fall if you recommend that we do so. And if City Council recommends that we move forward with the proposed design, we'll begin final design and engineering at the end of this year with the ultimate goal of construction starting late next year or early 2023. And I can answer any questions or concerns you may have.
Thanks, Ryan. So, Ryan, Tila, yeah. Any questions, comments about this so far?
I had a question, but I got so distracted figuring out how to raise my hand.
You could try my technique,
okay. Here's what it
light
was.
it up and wave it. So.
So I was looking at the low stress walk and bike network plan. And it looks like the long-term vision for Arapahoe is to have a physically separated bike path of some sort, the entire length. And then looking at the beginning of the memo, the purpose of this project is to design and construct missing links in the multi-use path system along Arapahoe between 38th and Cherryvale. And so, of course, on the south side of Arapahoe, we're not accomplishing that protected bike lane vision all the way to Cherryvale because we've got that existing bike lane that very brave people might use. So can you comment on that? Are we done with our work on this? Or are we going at some point to have to undo some of the work that you're doing here in order to achieve the actual intended low stress walk and bike network planned idea?
Yeah, so the vision is to have separated bike lanes on this corridor in addition to multi-use path and the BRT. So I would say the question about whether will be undoing work we won't be undoing what we're doing here, because what we're doing is we're establishing a continuous multi-use path system on Arapahoe in this section between 38th and Cherry Vale. When we come in, to do the larger project, which would include the protected bike lanes and the bus rapid transit line, depending on the grant we receive to do that and the timing of it, I mean, that could be something that comes in components, or it could come in a very large full capital reconstruction. And so it's a little hard to say whether or not we would have to redo some parts of the corridor in regard to the multi-use path that we're laying down in the next year. But the timeline on that is farther down the line. It's probably not going to happen in the next 5 years. So what we're doing is we're establishing a continuous multi-use path system as soon as we can, in anticipation of having a fully multimodal corridor down the line, if that makes sense.
Gila, anything else? Okay, Ryan, anything from you?
I don't think I have anything to add to Tila. Thank you, Ryan, for this.
I'm going to ask, keep this slide up here. And so I am the cyclist headed east on Arapahoe. And when I get to the when I just go past the new transit pedestrian pad, I'm confused as to what I'm going to do as a cyclist or even as a pedestrian, carrying on from the office building just east of the car rental place on out. What is there, and what's my safest, most comfortable option to continue east?
That's a great question. And so actually, I think this graphic might start over here. And maybe go to the other one. So that's a great question. And so the option, even after this project will be built, this project alone, is that there's an on-street bike lane, which is not terribly comfortable, that's adjacent to the Flatirons golf course. So early on in this process, we did have the discussion about continuing the multi-use path along the property line of the Flatirons golf course. The challenge with doing that is that most of the golf course is in the FEMA conveyance zone, as it's called. So it is a very highly regulated floodplain. And so it will require a very substantial floodplain permitting process that would just blow up this project, to be quite honest. And so in addition to needing to coordinate with the Parks and Recreation Department in order to make that project happen, we made the call early on that we wanted to try to fill in as many of the missing links in the rest of the corridor as possible before we really addressed this section in front of the golf course, which will be the hardest section to build. I will say, though, that I and Garrett can correct me if I'm wrong, but I would anticipate that would most likely happen before we start a BRT project in this corridor. That's something that Parks and Rec is working on, and we're collaborating with them. It's just a very difficult section to build because of that floodplain issue.
So thank you. The bike path that I'm now carrying on east as I with Flatirons Golf Course on my right as I go east. How wide is that path? And it's currently not buffered with paint or anything. It's just a path. How wide is that path?
So I don't know off the top of my head. I've actually walked it. So I know that it's a standard bike lane. So I believe it's 5 feet wide. And then there's a little bit of concrete or asphalt rather on the south side of it before the edge of the pavement. So between the line that separates the travel lane from the edge of pavement, it may be 6 to 7 feet. I don't know. Garrett, do you have a good sense of that? If you're still on the line.
I don't know the dimensions off the top of my head, Ryan. I think Brian might be here if he is aware.
Yeah, I do not know in particular. I think it's 7 to 8 feet, like you said, Ryan.
So when I attended a meeting that Alex Weinheimer had with Ryan and Natalie about this section, and Alex's concern, I had nothing to add. I just listened in. Alex's concern was about doing things along here that would have to be undone. And I think Ryan has addressed that. He addressed that for Alex, and I think he's addressed it here tonight, that none of us want to see doing construction, spending money, and then having to undo it or change it at a later time. And certainly, as my education about transit issues and transportation issues has grown, it's amazing how much water has to do with these transportation projects. And so my question is, could we do vertical separation on a couple year, whatever sort of length of time we need to, as we redevelop this corridor? I'm just talking about plastic bollards from 55th to Cherryvale on the south side of Arapahoe to make that bike lane both actually safer and feel more comfortable to cyclists without spending a lot of money, without changing flood conveyance stuff, and just, hey, we have a segment here that we have bollards.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, that's something we can certainly explore, and I think we would. I think Devin is online, and he may have some thoughts about that. I know one consideration will be that we will have to work with CDOT, and they will have to sign off on that because it is State Highway 7. So it's a matter of if the amount of space to do that is available.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me. But I would certainly want to consider that, and looking at the bollards at Spruce and 26th or 27th, the new plastic bollards on our CIP tour. Again, not the most attractive thing, but certainly give motorists something to avoid and a sense of security. So, all right, thanks, Ryan.
No problem.
Okay, having no other feedback, we are going to, if I get my screens squared away here, and having, we've done the CIP, we're now ready to move on to the CU South project update, starting off, I believe, with Phil. Welcome, Phil.
Hi, good afternoon, or evening, sorry, members of the board. My name is Phil Kleisler. I work as a planner in the Planning and Development Services Department. I can go ahead and start sharing my screen. I am joined today by a member of CU Boulder, and that's Derek Silva, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Business Strategy. Thank you for being here, Derek, appreciate it. So I'll go through a few slides, and I'd like to summarize some things that are in our draft annexation agreement. CU Boulder does have a couple of slides relating to some of the amendments to the traffic impact analysis that were a result of TAB's previous discussion. And so the packet in TAB's, the memo in TAB's packet this evening did include a summary of where the negotiations were going as it relates to transportation. And I can say that about 3 hours ago, we were able to release the draft annexation agreement on the city's webpage. And so we got a link to that to Meredith and to Erica so they can forward it over to the board so you can have the benefit of seeing that as well. And so what we can do tonight is to go over some of the key points in the agreement as it relates to transportation. I'll hand over the floor to Derek for a few notes around their traffic impact analysis, and then we'll open up for board discussion. So a couple of these will be fairly familiar to TAB. This is our third visit with the board, and it's been helpful to get feedback along the way. Council early on in the process did identify that this was a fairly complex project, and as such wanted to ensure that there are ample opportunities for community members and board members to provide input along the way. And so this is in general the kind of the public process we've been going through. And with the release of the agreement today, we are now heading towards a public hearing before the planning board on July 22nd next week. And City Council will ultimately be holding a public hearing on September 7th later this year and deliberate on the application at that point. This has been an ongoing conversation that has evolved really over the past half decade or more. Most recently in 2016, 2017, the city, the university, Boulder County worked together to develop the CU South Guiding Principles as part of the comprehensive plan. The university submitted an annexation application in early 2019. And since then, there's been a lot of very transparent and public dialogue between the two parties. And that was memorialized in the term sheet that's just shown here as a screenshot. And then late last year, we developed what we called an annexation briefing book just to be able to start describing where we were and where we were headed in the annexation. And that's kind of the stage we were at the last point we were at TAB. And so now we've taken all of that feedback and we've attempted to translate the guiding principles into annexation terms that are clear and enforceable. And we have released the draft of the annexation agreement this afternoon for the community to begin responding to. We are scheduled to have what we're calling a listening session on Wednesday at 4. This will be an opportunity to provide a brief presentation about the agreement as a whole and just listen to members of the community to hear what they think about the direction of the agreement. And then again, Planning Board will be holding a public hearing on July 22nd and City Council on September 7th. So our main question for TAB is whether or not you have input relating to the transportation issues for the CU South annexation. And so in thinking about the terms of the agreement in this meeting, we thought that we could probably put the general terms into several buckets. And so there was establishing access to the property, the necessary on-site improvements and off-site improvements necessary, limiting trips to and from the property through various mechanisms, and how to have proactive measures to manage future mobility. And so to take the first one, the establishing access, this was discussed in previous TAB meetings, so it won't be a surprise to the board members, but the agreement does say that the primary access will be from the existing South Loop Drive and a new access point to State Highway 93. Once constructed by the university, South Loop will be constructed as a complete street with a multi-use path and a buffered bike lane. And secondary access is indicated for Tantra Drive. And that secondary access will be controlled through a mechanical device at the university's discretion, and it'll include and be open to emergency access, maintenance, and transit. And for Tantra Drive, the transit buses will be, the university will prioritize electric buses. And it is worth noting that the university, as with other property owners, is responsible for the permits and the construction to gain access to the site that we're discussing. The university has also agreed to construct a 12-foot wide multi-use path along the western edge of the property, consistent with the city's transportation master plan. And we are discussing a cost-sharing arrangement for a new multi-use path under Table Mesa, connecting the RTD park and ride lot to Thunderbird Drive. And when I said discussing, that is because there are a small handful of outstanding terms and items relating to transportation that are still being discussed by the city and the university. And most notably, one of those items is measures needed to ensure that impacts to the city's transportation system are mitigated through offsite infrastructure improvements and other methods. And so there are just a handful of topics that we're still discussing. The next topic that we wanted to talk through would be some of the limits that the annexation sets on the property, and specifically the trip cap program, because this was discussed at your last meeting. So the draft agreement does limit the daily automobile trips to and from the property to those amounts shown here, and those amounts were calculated through the university's traffic impact analysis. And again, we mentioned earlier, and this is an important note with the compliance of the program, that as the university is responsible for gaining access, CDOT permits, and so on to access the property, if there was a scenario where one of those access points were unavailable to the university, that is somewhat of a risk on the university's side, in that the agreement spells out that the trips from that particular access point are not transferable. And so if there was a problem at the State Highway 93, those 750 trips would essentially be forfeited until such time when that access could be secured. Monitoring and enforcement was something that staff and both parties took seriously. And so in this case, the agreement does spell out specific ways that the university is responsible for annually monitoring daily traffic counts. And at least one monitoring period will need to take place prior to different phases of development proceeding. We did also recognize that there are times when there's a special event, there might be a peak in traffic that are just not anticipated now, a temporary peak. And so the agreement also does include a provision around 12 special event days that the university is afforded for the site for those instances. And so the one big question that TAB might have is what happens if we're doing these monitoring processes and it goes over the cap? And so the agreement does spell out fairly specifically the steps that take place if that happens. And so first off, the university would then, after the report shows that the trips are above that threshold, there would be a 90-day period in which the university would identify and communicate strategies to the city for lowering those trips. Following that, there would be an implementation phase of 180 days to actually implement those strategies. And it's at that point where those annual monitoring reports turn into quarterly reports. And what we would need to see is at least 2 consecutive quarterly reports showing compliance with the agreement before it kind of goes back into the normal monitoring periods. The enforcement piece on the trip cap program is that if we go a whole year of those quarterly reports, and there's 4 of them, there would be a specific amount of funding per trip that the university would be required to reinvest into this site, into its TDM measures, in order to lower those trips. And so we thought it was important to kind of talk through some of the enforcement mechanisms of the trip cap program. We also have a provision around maximum parking, and this is based on a ratio of 1 parking space per attached dwelling unit, or 600 square feet of non-residential space. And the university has agreed to comply with the city's short and long-term bicycle standards. These particular topics haven't changed much since our last visit with TAB, specifically that the university has agreed to construct a multimodal hub, and the agreement does include some minimum standards. And then lastly, that the university, the agreement does identify a number of transportation demand management strategies that I would probably leave to Derek to talk through in more specificity, but overall, those haven't changed much since you last saw them. And with that, I might, Derek, pull up your slides, and I think you can unmute yourself. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Phil, and thank you, Tom. My name is Derek Silva. I'm the Assistant Vice Chancellor for Business Strategy at CU Boulder and project leads on this annexation project. So Phil, if you can go to the next slide, if you don't mind. So back at the TAB meeting in April, we received a lot of board comments, and it seemed that the comments fell into primarily two categories. One was revisit the multimodal reduction rate. The feeling from many members was that that rate was actually too low, that we weren't capturing enough multimodal reduction as our TDM programs would allow for or should suggest. So what we did is we went and we included, factored in commercial on-site uses benefiting the residential community that would capture trips on the site, keep folks from going off-site to have to go to maybe small format grocers or that sort of thing. We don't know what those commercial on-site uses will be, but we would specify those around things that would actually have that effect of additional trip capture. Another one was to collaborate with the city on future multimodal connections. And one of those collaborations Phil pointed out, which is to study and most likely implement some sort of connection from Thunderbird over across Table Mesa to the RTD Park and Ride. Another place that we heard it was just about taking consideration more of our TDM programs that we have and where we've used to great effect around our main campus and other existing campuses. And then as well, I mean, part of the innovation, I would say, would be the trip cap program. It's not something that's been commonly used around here, and it's something that we have designed for this project. Existing CU TDM programs expanded to CU South. So the things that we do around our main campus and other campuses that work well, we'll expand those to CU South as well. CU bus access for both university members and the community, using Tantra Drive as emergency and bus access only. And then Moorhead Drive, we had some conversations around that, and we certainly support the effort to change that street to local traffic only. Phil, if you can go to the next slide, please. And so from the TAB comments, the review comments, and then working with city staff, we determined to increase the multimodal trip reduction from 20% to 25%. And we believe that's accomplished through residential development with access to bus, bicycle, and pedestrian amenities, and then the strong TDM programs I mentioned earlier. And that's and it's also, those TDM programs are aligned with our own university transportation goals, and we would seek those goals to be implemented here at the site. As well, internal trip capture, we increased that from 10% to 15%. And that was an increase that's due to factoring in on-site mixed-use commercial facilities that would be geared toward keeping residents on the site as opposed to those trips off-site to, again, maybe small format grocers, could be cleaners, could be other neighborhood service type retail establishments. And then trip distribution adjustments. So concurrently with developing this traffic study, we've been working on our CU master plan. And in that CU master plan, one thing in our preliminary study that wasn't accounted for was that we're looking at distributing some of the trips from our main campus even over to East Campus and Williams Village. So there's a distribution of uses among our campuses that will change the way some of the traffic patterns will evolve from CU South between those other campuses. And the net result of this was about a 10% approximate reduction in offsite vehicle traffic and a slight redistribution of those trips around the roadways. So that is the end of our update on this. I do have Rochelle Riley from the campus to talk about TDM or answer any questions about TDM programs. And then as well, Bill Fox is here to talk about details around the traffic study and the updates. Thank you.
I also would like to add that the board's feedback tonight will summarize it to the planning board in their memo and at the meeting next Thursday as well.
Okay, great. Thank you, Phil and Derek. Were Abby or Rochelle presenting or just here to answer questions should they arise?
Here to answer questions should they arise.
Okay. All right. Okay, so TAB, just so Derek and Phil, you may have been listening in. We're a little shorthanded tonight. Alex Weinheimer is not here, and Hutch was here earlier and helped us conduct our CIP business, but to rest up and recover from bicycle injury, he is not here as well. So anyway, it's the three of us tonight, and I'm ready for comments from Tila or Ryan. Tila, ready to go.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Phil. Thanks, Derek. I checked and I saw that Phil was on the call during our public comment period. I don't know, I didn't check to see if Derek was. But I'm wondering if you can respond to a couple of things that were raised, both in emails to Tab and at the public comment period tonight. First is about the response, if there is any response about the timing of the traffic count, that it happened during a particular lull of vehicles on city roadways anyway, and so it might be artificially low and Pollyannish. And then a second one was addressing a couple of comments about feeling that certain roadways around the project area are already at peak capacity. And I was hoping you could speak to whether it's good practice or not to sort of build your roadways and build your transportation planning to accommodate the worst case scenario, or if that's something we really shouldn't be doing, and if so, why?
Yeah, so thank you, Tila. I will, we do have Bill Fox here to address those questions about the study. And he definitely understands the detail, and we've been certainly around the initial round of comments we had, this was a concern that was raised. And we felt that there was adequate explanation for how those particular trips were used to inform the study that is not necessarily aligned with an overarching impact that's been suggested by some of the comments we've seen. But I'll let Bill explain that further.
Sure, thanks, Derek. So we did everything we could to try to take into consideration the fact that we had to do some traffic counts in November of 2020 during COVID, and then adjust them to represent pre-COVID conditions. And the way we did that was to do counts. We had most of the intersections for the study, we had pre-COVID counts from the city's database. And we recounted a couple of those key intersections during COVID in November when we were doing other counts at the ramp volumes where we didn't have any pre-COVID counts. And really that's the only reason we did counts in November, was to try to quantify those ramp volumes where we had no earlier data. But when we looked at the pre-COVID counts at intersections where we had where we had pre-COVID information, compared it to the COVID counts and generated an adjustment factor, that allowed us to apply that same factor to the other locations where we didn't have any pre-COVID information. And then, so that was on a peak hour basis. And we also made some daily traffic comparisons pre-COVID, during COVID, and came up with about the same adjustment factor between the two methodologies. So we applied that to the counts that were taken during COVID. And we acknowledged that schools were out, people weren't working and their normal driving to work as they had in the past. And that's why we had to make adjustments. But I think at the end of the day, we had adjusted to an estimate of existing traffic in pre-COVID conditions that's defensible. And staff looked into that in detail, and I believe they agree. So that was the adjustment question and the counting that you referenced. And then the other question, I think, was, does it make sense to plan to occupy your roadway system at capacity? Was that the question? And in any traffic study, and in going with city standards for traffic studies, you have to document existing operations and then project background traffic growth into the future, and using all the methods that we can, and worked with staff to make sure that we had what we think is a conservatively high estimate of background traffic, and then add the site traffic to that. That's the standard format of doing a traffic study, and then see how the system functions with that level of traffic, both existing, future background, and future with the site. And each one of those checkpoints, we look at how it's operating and how it might need to operate, how it could operate better if necessary. And so we've outlined a number of locations in the study where some adjustments could be made. Sometimes it's maybe a signal timing adjustment as the city thinks of area-wide adjustments to signal timing in the future. But we also recommended some physical adjustments that would either provide more capacity or serve turning movements better. And
right.
So that,
and so in those recommendations, is there an understanding of who pays for that in the future with this agreement?
Well, I will say, and I know that Derek has been working with staff to think about funding those future improvements, and certainly anything on site is CU's funding, but then the offsite improvements, I think the city and CU are working on a strategy for that.
Okay. I do share a lot of the concern that we've heard about leaving the southern access point on Highway 93 unsignalized. And I've heard it from proper traffic engineers. I've heard it from county transportation, and they note that most of the entrances south of this location, the intersections that feed into that highway are all signalized for good reason, even with very low volumes. So what happens if we proceed as is planned and we find either a crash trend or higher volumes or some other reason that would warrant putting in a signal? What have we done by not providing for that in this agreement now?
Well, that's a good question as to whether or not there's a contingency for if and when a signal might be needed. We are bound by using national standards. There are national warrants for installing traffic signals, and it's a state highway, that's Southern Access, and CDOT will not let you put in a signal unless you meet those volume thresholds, of which our projections say you won't be close on the volume thresholds. Now, and hopefully there's not a safety concern that comes about and exhibits itself in terms of a crash history in the future, but that would be something to consider. But it's hard to predict a future need for a signal based on a crash history that hasn't happened. So at least initially, I do not believe a warrant will be met for a traffic signal there. And CDOT's pretty hardcore about requiring you to meet those warrants before considering a traffic signal.
If there is a warrant that is required, though, the agreement does state that the university is responsible for installing that infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. I didn't understand that.
Yeah.
My last question before I yield the floor back, talking about Moorhead, it's been an item of interest to improve the way Moorhead is used, particularly if it's an access point for CU South for other reasons. And you said that you would support a city effort to change the use of that roadway. Is there any indication that the city wants to change the use of the roadway, like supports this idea of making it local access only, or a transit and multimodal over single occupancy vehicle modality for that road? Or is this just you saying we would support such an effort if it ever materialized on the city side?
The latter, that I understand. I don't know of any current initiative to do that.
Yeah, and I would ask if Garrett Slater on the call has any input, but I don't believe that that conversation has been had at a city staff level.
Okay, that's all I have at the moment. Thanks.
Okay, Ryan, are you had sent me a text. You're struggling with audio or video, but anyway, if you have any issues, let us know. But please proceed with your questions, and we'll let you know if we have any trouble hearing you or understanding.
Okay. Thanks, Mark, and thanks team. Couple questions. This is pretty basic, and I apologize if this is so really basic to make it complicated. But we heard in the from some of the public comments today and before today, just a lot of generalized concern about traffic and congestion and increasing cars in Boulder. And then I know this is one of the key things that you're trying to mitigate. But could you just, I'm not sure who this question is for, but whoever could take it, just give kind of a conceptual overview of what is the traffic that we're talking about as far as like are we talking like what are we concerned about the most? Is it the idea that we will expect to have commuters coming in from other towns to visit the campus? Is it that we will expect to have more local traffic within Boulder from the city to the campus? Is it that it's students moving to campus, bringing a car, now you have more cars around the campus? Is it all of those, or is it something else? Like what's the idea of the kind of like the main concern of where the traffic is coming from, or what it's going to do at a high level, if that's answerable?
So I can start and try. To some degree, it's all of the above. Everything that you mentioned in terms of who's going to come and go from where and to where, and I, to me, one consideration, for example, is that the traffic that's coming to and from the US 36 corridor to the southeast, some of that traffic can have a destination here and not penetrate farther into Boulder. That's one issue. And then, but there will be interaction between the various campuses within Boulder by folks that live on the site and need to be at any one of the other campuses, or folks that need to come to this site to an academic facility. So I think it's all of the above now, but what we focus on is how is that traffic projected to add to the peak hours of the day? Primarily, those are the times when congestion is most noticeable. We do also project daily traffic, but really the concern is during the peak hours when the commute to and from work is occurring, going past the site.
And trips. So trip reduction is the, I don't know what you call it, the unit or the metric, one of the key metrics. What is a trip in that sense then? Is it, how is it defined? Is it a vehicle arriving at and crossing in over to campus, or how is it defined?
A trip is in a traffic study is defined as a one-way trip. If you got in your car and went to the grocery store, that's one trip. If you get in your car and come home, that's another trip. So it's a one-way trip to or from the site. So we project the traffic exiting and leaving, and each one is a trip. And so that's the metric for trips. And then we start with Institute of Transportation Engineers trip rates for residential housing, and then try to adjust those for Boulder and for this being a part of CU within Boulder. So that's some of the adjustment factors that you've heard or read about.
Okay, thanks for that. And then then the trips to be reduced that we're concerned about from an engineering standpoint, it doesn't matter. We're not concerned with focusing on the longer trips coming from, I don't know, Longmont or Golden or something like that, versus just coming from up the street. It doesn't matter from a trip reduction standpoint. We're just reducing the number of trips that cross from the public space into the campus.
Right. The study area includes 9 intersections, I think, or 10 with the new intersection. And those are the intersections where we're monitoring that trip making. And obviously some of it might only be going a little bit farther than Table Mesa and Broadway, but some of it might be going all the way to Lyons, for example. So, but we don't know that, but we are monitoring the trips to and from the site and how those trips go through the adjacent intersections in the study area.
Okay, and so and that's the primary way that we will measure and seek to mitigate the congestion, traffic that we've heard the public is concerned about. Okay.
Correct. The study area, the city staff will pick the study area that they think is most influenced by this site, and they've done that and picked these 9 or 10 intersections as the key ones to evaluate. And so then the study goes forward and does that.
Got it. Okay. And then just kind of adjacent, I'm sorry if I missed this, but is there any investment planned or, I don't know, being discussed on regional buses, helping people that are coming from other cities to support the transportation demand management strategies? Is that part of this?
Well, I don't know about an investment in regional busing, but certainly the site is situated and located at the edge of a regional bus stop, very active regional bus stop. But most of the transit discussed that will influence the trip making above and beyond anybody that does use the regional system is the CU sponsored shuttle high frequency transit that will go between the various campuses in Boulder. But those buses would also be available for city folks to use and access and ride that service and actually access this site if they wanted to on those buses as well.
Okay. Okay, great. And then my final question is, Bill, you used the phrase bound by warrants. I have an idea what that means. I think what that means is warrants is if you need somebody to be injured or killed to provide an evidentiary basis that there's a problem to create a signal for, and bound meaning that the CDOT, I'm not sure what they would do, but we need that, the historical record. We can't use a first principles approach and say it's just, well, on its face.
There are 9 different warrants that are considered in the warrant process that's defined in the FHWA, Federal Highway Administration's Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, includes these 9 warrants, and that includes, volume over the course of the day, volume over the course of the highest 4 hours of the day, peak hour volume at key intersections. Also there's a pedestrian warrant. There's a number of other warrants that may not apply to every intersection, but and then there's clearly a desire to mitigate traffic accidents, crashes, and consider safety as part of the warranting process. But that's usually not done in a ahead of time. Okay. There's thresholds for if you had 5 or more correctable accidents, for example, that might be meet the warrant for a traffic signal, but it's hard to do that proactively.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I have. I appreciate it, Bill.
Okay. I'm going to take my turn unless Tila, did you have anything else at the moment? Okay. All right. So, in looking at this, I've always tried to look at this through the lens of the city's transportation master plan and the goals stated there. And so, in general, I have to say yes, the CU South project, by my judgment only, would reduce in-commuting by providing housing for graduate students, faculty, and staff. It would help us achieve our VMT goals by having people live closer to where they work and go to school. Does it help us with our transit goals? And it does with the transit hub on site. Does it help with our other goals and the trip reduction? I think is the trip reduction cap for me is kind of the key forward-looking element. And to me, this is far more important than the traffic study, what days the traffic study was conducted, because the trip cap is a vision, is the numerical embodiment of the vision of where we want to be in the future. And rather than focus on, well, if you have this many people, we're going to have this many more trips because this many people today occupy cars and do it this way. We are not going to survive if we don't change. And so you look outside right now with the smoke from the forest fires and the temperatures. Anyway, if we don't change and our future built environment doesn't change, then this is all for naught, and we can argue about traffic studies. So for me, the trip cap is this key element. And I really have one question about the trip cap, and is it aggressive enough? Does it represent our current state of trying to reach our greenhouse gas reduction and climate goals for the city that is declared a climate emergency? So I really ask that as a sincere question, both to the university and to city staff. Is it aggressive enough? And I'm curious your thoughts on
that. Mark, I'll go ahead and respond for the university. I would say that I think this being a completely new program, and given the methodologies that were used to develop the numbers, and just the foundations of what a trip it actually is, it's a one-way trip off the site or onto the site. With those, I do think it's aggressive enough just from the information that we have today.
Okay.
From city staff, it was something that we were comfortable with, and we were comfortable with the methodology. Our staff was comfortable with the methodology behind the analysis that got to that point. But I think leading into today's release of the agreement, it's now a time for board members and others to be weighing in on this and asking those sorts of questions.
So in answering that question, is there any good way or a plan for saying, yes, we will, let's say we operate close to the trip cap. We come in under it, the CU comes in under it, but in 10 years from now, we're operating close to, but under the trip cap. Have we offset, and in fact, are we better than what we thought by reducing the number of in-commuters and calculating a projected reduction in commutes and other trips, not just from the site? You know, we talked about the trip reduction numbers and multimodal reduction numbers from the site to places, but from Lafayette, Louisville, Longmont, where many students, faculty, and staff currently live. Is there any calculation of an offset there?
I'm not totally sure I'm following, and maybe Garrett or others on the line might weigh in. But at this point, I think for staff, because we didn't have a site plan to look at to say, oh, this is going to generate this many trips, it was important to us to have some bookends to what would and would not happen on the site. And that's where we kind of shared your sentiment about the trip cap being a central part of this component of the agreement, as well as some of the other limitations like parking maximums and things like that. And we felt as staff that it comfortable with the approach because it's also coupled with the different transportation demand management strategies and some of the other more proactive measures.
Okay.
And Mark, I would add to that, one of the things that we're contemplating under the agreement is potentially how we can develop more housing than the 1,100 units. That was an approximate number that we're targeting. Those trip cap numbers don't change, right? Even if we develop more housing out there, it's a benefit to the city and the community by releasing pressure off the housing market here. But the trip cap number does not float with that. So we're certainly incentivized and would like to develop as much housing as feasible on the site. And those trip cap numbers will always come in and limit us to some degree. So I think given where we are today and that we would like to have this site be a real benefit to the city in terms of developing additional housing that's much needed here. To me, I think this trip cap is aggressive enough because there's other, it'll provide a natural limit on development, a natural ceiling on development out there. And certainly we have different ratios and caps on even the commercial or the non-residential units that can go out there. So there's many, to Phil's point, there's many ways that we're kind of slicing this up and approaching that same thing, including TDM, the development caps and limitations, and the trip cap itself. They all work together to limit development and limit trips off the site while incentivizing us to maximize the residential benefit that we can generate from the site.
Okay. Next, I've made a case for this in the past. I'll continue to do it. It's been mentioned by many different people, including George Gerstle and others, that Moorhead, it to me, is really this key element to both reaching or coming in below the trip caps, making Moorhead just a beautiful, safe, pleasant experience to go from CU South to the main campus and have it be for bikes, pedestrian, transit, and local cars only. And it's going to take, this is really directed at city staff, both in planning and in transportation, that we are going to have to rethink some of the restrictions and some of the way we view the privilege of the single occupant automobile, that we really can't tell them where they can and can't go. We've got to tell them that unless you live in this neighborhood, you're not going to go on Moorhead. You're gonna have an entry pass. I don't want it to be a gated community, but Moorhead to me is the key to making people who live at CU South want to walk or ride or take the bus to get to campus. And so it's really, I think it's partly incumbent on the city to work with CU and make real commitments of what we're going to do with Moorhead, both for the benefit of the residents along there, because if we don't do something with Moorhead, then those people will likely have real complaints that they currently have, which is it's a long, straight, narrow street, cars go too fast, it's difficult to enforce, etc. So I just want to make a case that for the city, that Moorhead and the intersection where Moorhead intersects Table Mesa, and then it's going to be a difficult intersection to reconstruct to make it safe for cyclists, pedestrians, and buses to get from the exit of CU South over to Moorhead. But it can be done with the right engineering and the right amount of money, but we can't just say, well, we're going to tweak it a little bit from its current condition. To me, it needs to be completely changed. And that wasn't a question, so if you don't want to respond, that's fine.
I would say, Mark, we did add, we kind of anticipated that a little bit, that there will be opportunities like that. And I would say in a broader perspective too, if annexed, first off, there'll be a 3 to 5 year sort of waiting period before any development outside of recreational fields are built while the city's getting permitted for its flood mitigation project. But we did add a term in the agreement, 18A, that does discuss continued and ongoing collaboration, and it cites the 30th and Colorado underpass as an example of that. And so it's something that we've recognized, and I think in a broader context due to if annexed and this area was anticipated to see kind of an area of change, there'd probably be other planning projects too also that extended to that general area that we'd want to explore. So
okay,
I think we're tracking with you though on Moorhead.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. And for other TAB members, you know, the transportation section of the draft agreement starts on page 17 and goes down. And I've been scanning it here quickly while still trying to pay attention to everyone. And I just have one last almost ironic comment on page 22, which is section 26, section C, 5, Roman numeral 5. You deal with parking, and I have to laugh because we've been dealing with parking and on our AMPS system and our neighborhood parking and everything else. And TAB's input about the city's new proposed changes to our parking is that it doesn't go far enough. But I commend, whether it was the city or CU, I do notice that section 5, numeral 2, all the parking will be unbundled. The university will charge market rates or rates, because our contention was that the city of Boulder doesn't charge market rates and in fact is subsidizing parking. So anyway, I support real market rate parking on CU South and continued incentives, carrots, to take the bus, ride your bike, show up, don't have a car at CU South. I'm a grad student working at CU. Do I really need a car? Can I live with an e-bike? And part of that decision-making process would be the cost for parking where I reside. So I support the principles stated here on page 22 and wish the wish the city would more broadly adopt that particular set of parking philosophy. Thanks. I don't have any other comments. Anyone else? Ryan, want to go back at it or anything? Tila? I think Tila is, Tila is on the move.
Sorry, I'm on the move. Yeah, before we depart, I did have one more question about Tantra and the change that happened to change it to emergency only. Can someone tell me about the origin of that? I guess what I'm wondering is, why is that a useful access now? I can't imagine looking at the map where an emergency vehicle would prefer to come through Tantra instead of the most direct access on Loop Road. So I'm just curious why it's remaining an access point of all.
Yeah.
Or what was behind that change?
And Tila, I can answer this one. For the development will be phased here over a number of years, and it may be some years before we need to construct that Highway 93 access. And so if we have development around the north and in the north area of the site, it would certainly be warranted to have that emergency access or an alternative access out of the site. So certainly during the phasing, that provides that access. And as well, it is just something, if there's a true emergency out there, we just envision having that for emergency access only, along with the other two accesses that we'll eventually have out there, that having more ways out of the site in the event of an emergency is just a good thing. So that, to me, at least that was my thinking behind that. Bill, I don't know if you have anything to add about other accesses, but that was certainly our thinking behind it.
Yeah, it's also required through our fire and life safety standards. So our fire department needs secondary access regardless. And so.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. I want to make sure that if you have any questions of us, or we weren't clear about something, or something was muddled, and I want you to be able to give clear feedback to council and your staffs. So anything else from us?
I think similar to the previous two meetings, it's been really helpful to hear the discussion. And I think I'm clear on the notes and am able to summarize it to the planning board. And I don't think we were surprised by any of it. And I think if I would also just add that, council formally asked for the board's input on this, and you got the agreement it was public 3 hours before the meeting. So in this meeting. And so while it's the third time with you, it's the first time really getting to dive into it. And so I would also say that to talk to Erica, where if you're looking at something and something comes to mind, you could always reach out to staff and we could hear what any additional thoughts are.
And I assume that in the short time I've been looking at the agreement, I'll say that the language is clear. It's not as legalese as one might envision an agreement of this magnitude. So I find it so far to be readable and understandable. So that's a plus. And I assume that TAB members can provide written input. Still, would they direct that to you, or I mean, what would be if we go through this and want to provide input as a TAB member, but not as a board position? What would be the best channel to do that?
We compile all the public comment, and we would have that as a kind of a public comment register. It could also be shared with council at bouldercolorado.gov. And if Erica or other staff have any other suggestions about that, but if TAB had any other more letter from TAB. You know, council is voting on this, or is holding the public hearing on September 7th. It's a possibility that it'll be the following meeting when it's actually voted on and deliberated.
Okay.
There's a little time.
You know, in terms of other suggestions, you know, CCing Meredith, you know, so that there's the record within TAB. And then also, because, you know, Ryan went and spoke before, you know, with regard to AMPS and so forth, even though it wasn't a formal board position. And I think, you know, the other thing that there still is an opportunity, not having staff, you know, come and present, etc., but to talk about it at the next TAB meeting and, you know, think about what you might want to say to council in addition.
Great, thank you. Okay, all right. Thank you all very much.
Thank you again.
Okay. Okay. All right, let me get back to the agenda here. Well, we are certainly behind schedule, but we've had some very important things going on tonight. Okay, so staff briefing and TAB feedback regarding Vision Zero Innovation Program. Devin, looks like you're up.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, can everyone see my screen okay? All right, well, good evening, everyone. My name is Devin Joslin. I'm the principal traffic engineer for the city, and I'm pleased to be here tonight to present an update on the Vision Zero Innovation Program. There is a lot to cover in this presentation, but I'll try to keep it to about 15 minutes in the interest of time, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions and certainly listen to the feedback that you have. We talked briefly about looking at things through different lenses, and I thought this was an interesting perspective of the intersection of 26th and Spruce. So I wanted to use this as the title slide tonight. There are 6 main things that I want to highlight with tonight's update, and the main purpose of the presentation is to give you an update on the progress made since we last came to you in March. At the end of the presentation, you should come away with a solid understanding of the implementation status of Group 1 projects, as well as our plans for how we intend to implement the Group 2 projects. So just a little bit of background about the Vision Zero Innovation Program as a refresher. The program was really developed to install innovative quick build treatments, and the treatments were geared primarily toward traffic calming and pedestrian crossing improvements. And these were all done to increase the comfort and reduce risk for pedestrians and bicyclists, as well as slow vehicle speeds. But we wanted to do that through the lens of not just putting these out there for the sake of putting them out there, but also with a critical eye toward understanding their effectiveness. And there are a couple ways that we do that. With each treatment, we certainly collect community feedback, but we've also had a stronger emphasis on collecting before and after traffic data. And all of this allows us to analyze these results and outcomes and build what we're hoping will be a more comprehensive toolbox for these types of treatments in the future. So there are 3 main project types that we are looking to install as part of the Vision Zero Innovation Program, and they're listed here on the slide. Curb extensions, as you recall, often are used to shorten crossing distances. They also tighten curb radii and slow turning vehicles. Crossing treatments are intended to increase pedestrian visibility and provide a refuge space as pedestrians are crossing the street. And traffic calming is really geared at slowing vehicle speeds and focusing driver attention. So in terms of a Group 1 update, you can see on the map that we had 11 locations as part of our Group 1 projects, and all but 2 of those have been installed. We are looking to install the speed kidney on Cherry Avenue near 9th Street later this month. And we'll also likely get the hardened center line at Baseline and Mohawk in within a month or so. We did experience some delays getting the product from the vendor for the hardened center line, but we got word last week that the product has been shipped. So city staff will be installing that shortly after we receive the product. There is still some art planned as part of Group 1 at Grove Street and 17th and Grove Street and 18th. We are very excited about the speed kidney that will be installed. That is a treatment that I believe we discussed with you at an earlier meeting, but we believe it will be the first of its type in North America. So we are planning to do a lot of publicity around it and promote it on various channels to make people aware of it. Wanted to go through some updates to the Group 1 feedback that we received. Basically, for each treatment type, as I mentioned, we solicit feedback on a form through Be Heard Boulder. And what we see here is that over half of the respondents feel that treatments improve comfort. 20% feel that the treatments make no change, and only 15% of respondents felt the treatments worsened comfort. And this was mainly due to confusion over the purpose of the treatment or due to kind of a shared lane condition that's created for bicyclists due to the narrowing of lanes that curb extensions can create. The not applicable column, I want to point out that that means that a respondent couldn't say whether the treatment made things better because they hadn't experienced traveling through the intersection before the treatment was installed. So there was really no point of comparison. So moving on to the Group 2 update, you can see on the map here, there are now 15 locations that we're targeting improvements as part of Group 2. And with Group 2, it's a little bit different than Group 1 in that the 7 locations listed up at the top under the NSMP complex corridors, those are corridors. So along a corridor, there will be multiple treatments installed. So there are quite a bit more improvements planned as part of Group 2 compared to Group 1. I wanted to highlight on here that the 7 NSMP complex corridors that were selected because they had qualified for NSMP when the posted speed limit was 25 miles per hour, and then the speed limit was reduced to 20 miles per hour as part of the 20 is Plenty project around this time last year. I did also want to highlight here that for Group 2 project locations, we have had discussions with the fire department, utilities, as well as the Transportation Maintenance Division to ensure the feasibility of our proposed designs and to design treatments in a way such as to avoid potential conflicts or concerns. So in terms of the NSMP treatment corridors and the number of treatments planned, I wanted to highlight here this table just to give you a sense of the magnitude of the program that we're talking about with respect to these corridors. And when I refer to a treatment here, I'm calling a curb extension on one corner of an intersection a treatment, for example. So if we were to install curb extensions at all 4 corners in this table, that would count as 4 treatments. That's kind of how I developed this table. I wanted to highlight here that these corridors are receiving these interim treatments that staff will evaluate following installation. The treatments will be spaced at about 250 to 375 feet, which is the recommended spacing to achieve speeds of about 20 miles an hour. And I also wanted to highlight for your information that the interim treatments in no way impact the ability or timing of these corridors receiving more permanent traffic calming measures as part of the NSMP when funding becomes available and when each corridor's turn comes up based on their ranking. The thing that we're hoping to learn by putting these treatments out on an interim basis is whether it's, you know, makes sense to convert them to more permanent projects when that time comes. Sort of a try before you buy type of approach. So this slide basically summarizes the prior table, just breaks down the numbers in total. So you can see just for the NSMP corridors, we're planning about 79 treatments. And again, these are very low cost treatments, you know, about $1,000 to $1,500 roughly per treatment. And to do an entire corridor, you know, about $10,000 to $15,000 in rough numbers. The thing that kind of makes these costs have a range is when we install the delineator posts, there is quite a bit of labor cost associated with that. And if city staff takes on more of the delineator installations, that will reduce the cost of the treatments by corridor. I want to point out that we do hire a contractor to do the striping for these treatments. But again, the delineators are probably a split between the contractor and city staff. And then city staff also handles all the signing for each treatment where signing is required. So I want to go through again just some of the reasons why we're doing these treatments along the NSMP corridors, as well as highlight a few of the potential drawbacks that we anticipate. You can kind of navigate that chart yourself. I think we've pointed out there are some aesthetic aspects of these treatments, and just keeping them up as potentially the delineators get hit for various reasons. We are creating a few more shared lane conditions for bicyclists. But ultimately, we feel that the benefits of these treatments outweigh the potential drawbacks. And they do give us a point of reference as we're looking to build out that toolbox and gauge the effectiveness of future traffic calming treatments. So there are a few other sites that are planned for Group 2 projects, and those mainly are focused on pedestrian crossing enhancements, either in conjunction with a capital project and some other curb ramp improvements, such as at the three in the bottom of the table, 9th and Cascade, 10th and University, and Folsom and Hawthorne, as well as a few improvements to existing signed and marked crossings, such as out on Spine Road near Chaparral Court. In terms of the artistic crosswalks, 3 of those are planned as part of Group 2, and 1 from Group 1, the one at 17th and Grove. The 3 locations with Group 2 are 9th and Balsam, 9th and Cedar, and 19th and Yarmouth. All of these locations have been prepped and are ready for paint. We're just coordinating with the artists to get that work completed. A note on 19th and Yarmouth. It's my understanding that that will be installed relatively soon, as it's being coordinated with art that's being installed at 19th and Avocado. We are still exploring a few other hardened centerline locations. And, you know, we're doing that on the basis of the Safe Streets report, as well as taking a look at the pedestrian crossing volumes and signal phasing at the intersections. But really, again, just taken together with the NSMP treatments, we're planning to install approximately 100 treatments this year as part of our Group 2 projects. So we're very, very excited to get that going. I did want to highlight the art that has been completed. The artist that we hired for 26th and Spruce had a contract with a drone pilot. So that's how these photos were taken. There's also, I think, some videos out on YouTube and Instagram that give a nice kind of aerial tour of the intersection that you can look up as well. But what I also wanted to highlight here was just how closely the concept design can match the reality of what's put out on the pavement. You know, it's pretty astounding to compare this to the design and see that it was pretty much nailed in the field in terms of what was implemented. You know, we did hear on the ride that the art was maybe not robust enough at the intersection. So we took note of that. I think there are some other things that came into play there in terms of weighing the cost of the art installation compared to the cost of the treatment. There's obviously the artist's time in designing it and implementing it that has to be considered as well. So in terms of outreach, this kind of goes through the past, present, and future, if you will. Want to highlight that we did some site visits along these NSMP corridors with the residents, and that was a really helpful exercise to kind of gain that firsthand perspective from the residents and be able to experience the corridor firsthand. We also had a little fun and put, kind of some tactical urbanism and tried out some of the treatments with traffic cones as we were out there in the field. I did want to highlight that we have 2 neighborhood forums planned for later this month on the 21st and 29th, and we certainly invite you to attend those meetings. We will be covering the same information in both of the meetings, basically a comprehensive overview of all the Group 2 projects that we're planning to implement. And I did want to highlight again that following the installation of these treatments, we are going to collect some after data just to give us a sense of how effective the treatments were. So I wanted to provide an example exhibit of what we're planning to show the public at the neighborhood forums. Basically, for each of the 7 corridors and a few of the other planned Group 2 locations, we have exhibits like the one shown on the slide, where we'll provide an inset that shows the treatment that is planned at each location, as well as kind of some summary bullets about the advantages of the treatment and a photo example of what it might look like, either based on an example in Boulder that's already been installed or one that's been implemented in a similar way by another agency. We'll also plan to go over the various design considerations for each corridor, the primary treatment types, the spacing of the treatments, as well as some of those benefits and drawbacks. So in terms of the budget, I just wanted to recall here that, again, these VZIP projects are typically cost thousands of dollars per intersection, whereas more permanent treatments can cost tens of thousands of dollars per intersection. And again, this program was given about $260,000 total, and the bulk of that is being spent on Group 2, because again, as I mentioned, you're kind of comparing 10 or so treatments in Group 1 to about the 100 that we have planned in Group 2. So that's kind of why the budget breaks down the way it does. We are hopeful that if the treatments are found to be successful, that we can continue this program in some way using funding from our Vision Zero budgets. Though we're not sure, at this time exactly the funding levels or the project selection criteria that would be applied in future years. In terms of next steps, you can kind of look at this from left to right, top to bottom. So we do want to finish up those Group 1 projects. We want to get the feedback from the neighborhood forums, and we'll use that feedback to finalize our Group 2 project designs. We do plan to check in with you again in August, a very brief update under matters from staff, just to give you a sense of the feedback from the neighborhoods. And then we want to try to quickly after that implement the Group 2 projects. And then again, we want to collect and evaluate that feedback as a whole on the program to see how successful we were and how the treatments are being received. So with that, we have just a few questions, basically any questions or feedback about the Group 1 projects or questions or feedback about the Group 2 projects. And that concludes my presentation.
Thanks, Devin. That was a nice presentation. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Tila, you're back on screen.
Hi, Devin, thanks for that. I have very little feedback for you. I think you have all the feedback you need from Group 1. I did want to say I took a hard look at that exhibit that you had planned to put to use for the upcoming public meetings because I think that matters. And I really like it. In general, I think it's great to have everything just on one piece of paper. I loved how it was, 3 different treatments on one little corridor, so you didn't have to imagine yourself in 3 different places. Where possible, I don't have it pulled up. Where possible, I would make the wording even more brief, I suppose. So I think you were describing in a different slide, not on that exhibit, but saying, curb extensions shorten the crossing distance for pedestrians. There's definitely a more succinct way to get that across. And so the more that you can do that on these kinds of visuals presented to the public, the better. But in general, I really liked how compact that was, how easy to understand it was. And I think it should be a really useful tool. Do let us know if there's any way we can help facilitate that outreach. If you would like to have a tab member, attend, I don't have those dates on my calendar, but reminders as they come closer, or we can maybe figure out if it would be at all helpful, to have more people explain why we're doing this and what it means. Please feel free to reach out to us, but nice job.
Thank you.
Oh, one more question that I saw in the community cycles feedback, but I also might have fed the idea to them. What do we think our prospects are for this funding for this kind of initiative extending past this year?
So the funding that was dedicated to the program has to be spent this year, but I think given the interest in the program, we are going to take a hard look at our Vision Zero budgets within the Transportation and Mobility Department to see if there are ways that treatments like this can be installed on a more widespread basis throughout the city.
Yeah, I just have to say, I'm so impressed with me and other people have been saying, bugging transportation department for years, like, just try out some stuff. Let's just try it cheap, and it's okay if it's ugly, and let's just get it on the ground. And you're really doing it with this program. And I'm so pleased to see it. I know it's not all going to be perfect, but it doesn't have to be. You just have to try, right? So good job. Good job. Thanks.
Ryan, you have any?
Very little. I concur with Tila. Devin, I think this is very positive. My mind goes to, okay, let's love to talk about the next chapter with new budget and more project ideas, and how we make slip lanes safer for small groups of kids or groups of small kids crossing them. But that's for a future time, I suppose. So that's it for now. I think this looks pretty good. Thanks for all the hard work.
Thank you.
I just had one question, and it was back on the slide where you gave the 3 different types of treatments showing, and one of those treatments was one of the titles was traffic calming. The treatment you showed was a temporary traffic circle. That the traffic circle that you showed there immediately created some angst within me, because while I am a fan of a properly designed roundabout or traffic circle, the small traffic circles that don't deflect traffic enough to actually slow them and create a really more of an unsafe condition than a true traffic calming system, because they can't take up right of way. And again, the 2 on Spruce, 1 on Pine are examples to me of bad ones. So are you doing a traffic circle like this? And if so, where? And is it actually big enough to slow vehicles and to create a true balanced east-west, north-south flow through the device?
We are planning to do one traffic circle similar to the one that you see on the slide. And the location that we're planning to do this is Aurora and 35th. Now, a caveat to that is that the circle will have a diameter similar to the ones on Pine. However, we are pairing it with some curb extensions to kind of pinch people from the side as well and try to achieve that calming effect going through the circle.
Have you, do the people on 35th, if it's, I haven't called up Google Maps right now, but anyway, have you discussed that with the people on 35th? Are they excited about this, or?
I'm trying to recall if that was something we talked about as we were doing the field visit in April, or if that came to us at a later date.
How many?
I guess they will see it at the neighborhood forum and have the opportunity to comment on it at that.
I could weigh in on that a little bit.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Ryan.
Yeah, so Mark, we when we went out and talked to residents, we primarily talked to the folks who had applied to the NSNP, and so for that particular location, it was actually a gentleman who lives on Aurora. That said, 3 summers ago, we installed speed humps on 35th, 2 speed humps. And so there are, I mean, certainly there are folks on 35th who are interested in traffic calming because we've already done a project there. But as Devin said, we will be talking to them through the neighborhood forums before we go ahead and install a traffic circle.
Okay. And the count at the intersection, are the counts east, west, north, south relatively balanced, or is it like Spruce and Pine where the counts are wildly unbalanced directionally?
I don't believe we've actually done turning movement counts at the intersection to know for sure. My suspicion is that Aurora is heavier than 35th.
Okay.
Yeah, just based on the screen line counts. So what that means is we just took a count in one point. So the counts on Aurora were much higher for the NSNP than they were for 35th when we installed the speed humps.
Yeah. So isn't it, in general, isn't it problematic when you have these highly unbalanced counts and people treat the traffic circle, and maybe your curb extensions will solve it. But anyway, my concern is that people in the dominant direction of flow treat that as though it's an annoyance, and the people in the other direction treat it as a stop sign, kind of obviating the actual intent and giving credence to the people speeding through in the opposite direction. And it just creates this confusion. So I guess anyway, it's something that I would sure hope you guys look at and take into account, because I think it's problematic.
Sure, understood.
Okay. All right. Anything else for Devin? Okay. Okay. Tila, I'll keep going unless you want to take back over. Is that? Okay, it's me. Okay. All right. Okay, we're doing a little bit better. We're on matters from staff, non-agenda, the design and construction standards, DCS update. Garrett, again.
Yes, Garrett Slater, Principal Transportation Projects Engineer. And the update is that we have the consultant up and running, and we had a kickoff meeting a couple of weeks ago. So they are wading into the waters of the work. And so we have that update, which is more substantive than the last couple of meetings updates, but expect here probably by September, we'll have something more meaningful to report than we've begun the work. But just wanted to report that it has been initiated.
Okay, thank you. That put us almost back on schedule, Garrett. Kudos to you. Okay, any other matters from staff, non-agenda? By its nature, non-agenda, I don't have it on the agenda, you can still bring it up. So anything from staff?
We're good, thank you very much.
Okay, All right. Now we're really cruising. Okay. Matters from the board, the Pedestrian Action Committee, PAC update, Tila?
Yes, it was the last meeting of the Pedestrian Action Committee. I'm sorry, Amy Lewin's not on. Lisa White's on, she's there. It was very bittersweet. A lot of original members of the cast. But one thing that got conveyed by all of the participants who hung on, this was a group that was convened at the beginning of our transportation master plan update. And then when their work was done, they said they wanted to keep going. And Amy was nice enough to facilitate the continued meetings with them. And they really, at the end of the day, felt like they had not just been heard and participated, but that they had made an impact. And so just in terms of fostering civic engagement and really being able to say with real conviction, we have involved community members and given them a thing to be proud of. I do think that they were. And I expressed a lot of appreciation for Amy Lewin's work because she was great about organizing, giving homework. It wasn't just to show up once a month and every couple months and try to remember where you'd left off. There was ongoing work that she had them look at and think about and really internalized it. And I can see some of that. So I'm hoping we will have more, be able to call on some of those people again as we look ahead to the next TMP update, because I think we really kind of hooked them in. And so I really appreciate that. It went really well.
Great. Don't go anywhere. Next item as well.
All right. So the next one was the Vision Zero partnership meeting. As DK mentioned the last meeting or 2 meetings ago, it had been coordinated largely by DK and by city transportation staff in the past. And Boulder County is now taking the lead for the next foreseeable future, like the next year, I think. On organizing these meetings. And as a result, it had a very different flavor. It was much more countywide, more regional focus. Devin was there to talk about some of so he showed pictures of this same Spruce and 26th intersection and talk about some of the V-Zip stuff that we've been doing here in town. To my chagrin, he highlighted Broadway Rayleigh. But we also had presentations by Boulder County transportation staff, city of Louisville, a couple different cities. I forwarded the slideshow and a link to the recording of the meeting, but I was really very proud of how it has grown. And a number of participants said that they were looking to things that Boulder has done, particularly like the Safe Streets report, and being able to collect data and also showing pictures of things like curb extensions and these quick build kind of things that we've been able to implement in the recent past as being attainable for them. I'm forgetting which town it was, but one woman was like the sole traffic engineer for the town and they didn't have a TMP, but she still said, hey, I think we can do something with this. So to the extent that Boulder wants to hold itself out as being a leader in Vision Zero efforts in the region, I do think that there was some support for that view at this partnership meeting. So very interested to see where it goes in the next year under county leadership, but just to see a more regional focus was really great. Oh, and there was a ton of interest in the speed kidney. So Devin also mentioned the speed kidney that he was talking about, and everyone wanted to see pictures of it and how's it working and what's the data, and he's like, we don't have it yet, but yeah, so there's going to be a lot of interest in that going forward, I think.
Okay, all right, great, thank you. Any questions for Tila on either of those items? Oh, okay. I love this, the GAC. The Greenway Advisory Committee meets late this month, but they have not produced their CIP or anything that I can share with you to collect your feedback. I sent you a quick email, and I don't know if anyone had any time to look at it, but just looking at the memo, that was something that I wanted to make sure that we drafted. I worked on that with the other GAC members because I wanted us to, the meetings in the past may have been a little perfunctory and not much coming out of them, but as I did a little research into our greenways and how they're funded, and the fact that in 2018, we, someone, city manager, whoever, eliminated a position, and I'm sure it's complex and above my head, but anyway, it was actually quite an education for me about how greenways are funded, because we all seem to love them and take advantage of them and commute on them and recreate on them. And they really are a really distinctive and important part of Boulder. Yet, you know, it's a mishmash of funding sources with a kind of a mishmash of administration without a point of contact that really head that up. And anyway, the memo, for me, the key point in that memo was the advocating for one, to go back to actually having someone, having a director and administrator of that program, a single point, and two, that that the funding has not, like every department is struggling with funding, and we know that. But greenways in particular have been very flat, and it's something that, and because it comes from different sources, everyone's like, nah, I don't think I really want to contribute more. And I was advocating for open space to contribute more, and the open space representative didn't like that very much. But anyway, they seem to have more money than God. So anyway, that's all I had to say about it. If anyone has any feedback about any messages they want me to take to our committee meeting later this month, I'm happy to carry that message.
So Mark, I'm glad you sent that, and I'm glad you raised the funding issue, because the one thing that jumped out at me was you're wanting to, you know, explore leaning on Parks and Rec and open space. And I think you've spent a lot more time thinking about and looking into open space and their money and their restrictions, and, you know, they seem sort of on back of, you know, top of mind, like relevant, you know, subject matter sort of pools of money to be pulling from. But I did want to say, and I went back and looked at a great report from Shay Castle when the budget cuts from COVID were really happening. So from June or so of last year, that, you know, yes, most city departments were expected to cut. It seemed like open space cut far less proportionally. But that there's also this distinction between essential services and non-essential services. And largely, transportation's work is considered essential, as it should. It had to cut a whole bunch of or delay a whole lot of work I would rather not see done. But the extent to which Parks and Rec got eviscerated bears no resemblance to what transportation had to give up. And I say that Parks and Rec and the library in general, and to some extent open space, those all seem like extras. They seem like add-ons. They seem like non-essential and you know, enhancements, say, to our civic life. And yet, as someone who relies on some of the services provided by the city through the Parks and Rec Department for people with disabilities, it is not only, it's not an enhancement, it is a necessity, and they provide certain services for segments of our population that are underserved and literally have no other outlet. And so I would be hesitant to lean on Parks and Rec to provide any money, because they had huge budget cuts, they had huge furloughs. They're only just now beginning to get back online. And we see like half of our pools aren't open, and it's not because the pools are not, you know, good enough, or we're worried about COVID, but they don't have the staff for it. A lot of programs for developmentally disabled people and elderly people were put on hold last year. They're only just now getting online. And I consider that much more essential than enhancing the Greenways budget. So if Greenways needs to just sit on their hands for a little bit, or maybe not hire a coordinator, I will shed no tears for them, and I would rather not bug Parks and Rec. Now, OSMP, go ahead and hit them up.
Well, Tila.
That's my only response to what you said.
Yeah. Well, one, noted, heard, and completely understood. And I think that COVID and the lockdown and everything has shown us how essential so many things are. Not just transportation, not just transit, but our recreation facilities, the support for those with developmental disabilities, the elderly. It's all essential, and so understood. And when we all are operating within those more constrained budgets, but I agree with you about OSMP's budget. But again, you know, someone else's budget is always easy to kind of look at and pick on. But yes, understood and noted. Thanks. Anything else? Okay. Any other open board comment?
I don't know if this is a comment or a future agenda thing. Ryan, do you have anything?
I have two comments.
Okay, I'll go after you.
Okay. Okay, so I have two things here. The first is I think I should do a quick little report out on my field trip to City Council to talk about AMPS and parking. I think it would be good to make sure this is in our record here, our evidentiary record and in the minutes, or at least the recording. And I've just got a few points. I have maybe 10 or 12 points. I just think it would be good for people to know. I'm not sure that everybody I know we have we're kind of sort of short staff today, but that other members have heard this. But this is the time, I guess, if there's any questions too that we need to follow up on, you know, this might be the right place. So this is the first thing. I have something else. I'd like to talk about climate briefly. But on this one, so I think it was June 22nd, that was the council study session on AMPS, on the parking program. Councilmember Brockett invited TAB representative to speak, and I was the nominee for that. And so I just gave kind of a report. The idea was to give kind of a report out on what we had been talking about with respect to AMPS. And most of the session was staff giving the presentation, and I just had a short little one or 2 minute spiel. But basically, what I was doing there was to say, look, I'm not representing TAB as something that we voted on anything formally, but just to give kind of, I guess, a little bit of a zeitgeist of what we've been talking about, at least from my perspective. And one of the key points I said was, council, what the kind of things that TAB, or at least some of the TAB members, including me, would like to see done are the kind of things that really require you, council, to give the direction to staff to color outside the lines a little bit. And they're not going to do it. They're not allowed to do it unless you give them the cover and the support. And so that was sort of a key, I guess, idea. I just wanted to make sure it was clear. So I would say that staff, we've had a number of interactions over the last couple of months with staff. It was a little confusing because it took some time to get the minutes correct, and then we had a number of email questions. Not all of it was really in the minutes and whatnot. But I think between TAB and staff, there was a relatively coherent dialogue. Not everything was incorporated that I would have liked to see, but staff, Chris had said accurately that TAB would like us to be more aggressive. So that was I think quite factual, and I told when I spoke, I said that's correct, and I really just reiterated that some of the written points that we shared with staff, and really with a focus on saying that parking policy is a key way to affect transportation demand management, which is a key way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the transportation sector. And this is one of the key things that staff and the city of Boulder has control over, has really direct control over, and can impact today. And when I finished talking, Mayor Weaver thanked me for the exhortation, which I think says the good news is they heard us, that we were there. So I'll die knowing that at least they heard that. So there was then some dialogue with staff, and I think, let's see my points here. One of the things I thought that was positive is that I'm sorry, I forget which I'm sorry, Chris's, but which of the Chris's said it, but there was an acknowledgement that parking is part of a big transportation systems problem, even if it's not being used as a climate lever today. But that was acknowledged. I think that, let's see here. Well, I guess that's the second thing. His staff did say, hi Chris, see video there. I'll give you a chance to help correct me if I get any of this wrong. But my take was basically staff saying, look, at this time, we are not looking at parking at AMPS as a climate tool. That's just not what we're going to be doing right now with this. Staff did, however, in the memo, this is in the written memo, and I don't know that there was verbal discussion on this, but I think it's pretty important. In the written memo, have written that staff is now looking seriously at eliminating parking minimums in the future as a measure, which is a really important and big idea. So I just wanted to acknowledge that was there. And I think my final point, and I know this isn't super linear, but the final point was Councilmember Friend did ask if staff had checked in with the EAB, the Environmental Advisory Board, about the idea of not using AMPS as parking as a climate tool, and the answer was, well, not formally. And Councilmember Friend directed staff to do so. So I'd be very eager to hear an update on that at the right time. So I think that's what I had from my points. I'd love to give any staff a chance to correct me or fill in any of that. But I just wanted to make sure from just a factual or hopefully factual enough perspective that that's all here for the record. So maybe maybe Tab first, if there's any questions or comments you want to add.
Well, Ryan, I thought you did a great job, and I enjoyed watching that segment of the meeting, and I was disappointed in council's general response, which anyway, it was to have declared a climate emergency and then to say that we're going to take one of our really effective tools and throw it out the window was disappointing. Yeah. So, and again, I really urge everyone, read the CU document on parking, because holy moly, the university will charge for all parking in the development zone, including without limitation, on-street or off-street areas. It's like, wow, they're doing it. Anyway, sometime in the future. Okay, but anyway, thank you, Ryan, for your work and your presentation to council and keeping us all up to date.
I think Ryan left out the one big wave making moment, I suppose, was he was put on the spot, well, so you think that the NPP permits are priced too low or increasing too slowly, what would you charge? And it's not something that we discussed. And Ryan was like, well, I don't know, $1,000 seems rational. And you could just see in a couple of their faces, like, this man is crazy. Because it sounds like a lot when you state it as an annual, but it's, I don't know, what is that, 30 cents a day,
$80 a month. I don't think
right, exactly. It was just kind of spitballing. But it sounds like a lot when you put it that way, but there's also a lot of evidence and studies about how expensive it is just to own a car, and how car ownership is one of the most onerous, burdens on lower income people if they live in a place where it's necessary. And it was just very interesting. And that's, of course, the one thing that gets highlighted in Bob Yates's newsletter to his constituents who've signed up for his newsletter. Like that little soundbite is going to reverberate for a bit. And it was very, to me, eye-opening how much of a non-starter that was. Maybe because we didn't amortize it over the right time period. But to recognize how little some people understand about how much we have to do and how much needs to change is just shows us we have a lot of work to do.
Mark, before I go on to the second one, can we make sure to give Chris or anybody on staff a chance to correct anything I got,
Oh, yeah.
I got wrong?
Chris, anybody?
I don't know if I'm in the spot, but.
I think that you characterize things, right, as I recall, and et cetera. And, for folks that really want all the blow by blows and so forth, we do have a transcript from the council that is available for council. So.
Okay.
Okay. Great. Mark, am I okay to go on to the second
Yes,
item?
please. You're ready to go.
Okay. Okay, so I just wanted to pick up on, I guess Kurt in public comment talked about climate, and I know that we've got next. I think it's on we'll talk about the next session as a topic. So I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but I did want to just pick up on a couple things here in starting to think about that next session and knowing that we have this council study session on climate. With a pretty significant staff memo out on transportation. I've had a chance to digest it a little bit, attend that study session, and partly in preparing and going through with the dialogue with council and AMPS, I just wanted to share a few things. And so the first one is that I think this is such a big topic that we're going to need. I guess I just like to suggest we have a conversation about what this engagement looks like beyond just simply having it at the meeting next month. I think the way we've gone through the CIP process, we've had some back and forth and at least one or two focused meetings. This is as big of a topic as we're gonna get to, as far as I'm concerned. And there's so much meat to it. I mean, I've got a 5-page detailed write-up that I'm ready to share with who in the right way, and I think a lot of folks have a lot to weigh in on this. I just would like to suggest that we have a discussion about how we'll do that. This is one of the biggest, as far as I'm concerned, this is one of the biggest policies that the city of Boulder will have on its desk. So that's kind of big picture. So maybe if there's a working session we do that's just focused on that at some point. Maybe it's after the August one, or maybe not. And so leave it at that. And then on the substance, I don't want to get into the deep, because we're going to do this next month. But I would like to offer, if I could, just 2 points that I've seen in preparing for the AMPS dialogue. And it's my read in the climate, the memo and the dialogue at the climate study session, is that I have 2 pretty big concerns about how the framing for this looks right now. And hopefully I'm missing something. But the first one is, I don't see VMT or mode shifting in there anywhere. And hopefully I'm just I've got pages glued together or something, but that I would think is something that any modern city climate plan would have, period. But then a city like Boulder, I would expect it to be enhanced when you think about, we've got an apparatus like TAB with community coming every month, weighing in on these topics, with such engagement. I'm just sort of thinking, what am I missing here? So that's missing. The other thing that seems to be missing is sort of hard to explain simply, but transportation as a system. The plan has these different systems, and then the energy system is one. Transportation is kind of a subset of energy. I'm not an expert on city climate action plans per se, but that feels like a kind of an unusual treatment, and it seems to really kind of abbreviate the many interactions and interdepartmental issues and the systems issues that have to do with transportation and society for our city. So I would hope we can talk about just the framing of transportation becoming more enhanced in there. So I just want to put this out there because having gone through the parking process, I feel like in some ways I was too late, and I just want to make sure staff that you understand that this is a really big one that I hope we're gonna orient to. So those are the two just kind of big substance points. And then the next thing is I would just like to offer, as we get into this, some key, and think about the agenda, and maybe this is part of the agenda for the next item. But I'll just keep going because I'm almost finished. But as we think about the climate, having a discussion about the climate plan with respect to transportation, I can think of maybe 4 or 5 big questions that I think we really need, we as a team with staff and with TAB, we really need to work through. So one of those is what are we seeing with respect to performance trends with GHG and transportation, and what are we learning about it? Like, are we seeing improvements, and in which cases where? Are we seeing backsliding, and if so, why? So that's the first one, against the goals for GHG and transportation we already do have. The second one is, how are we going to integrate the VMT and mode shifting and related Vision Zero goals into the climate plan that we already have in our transportation master plan, and that absolutely have to get embedded into that plan. Second one is on the EV strategy. I do recall from the AMPS, the study session with AMPS, that the EVs and federal fuel economy standards, if I heard correctly, was sort of like the 2 big ideas for the climate program for transportation at this point. I would like to hear about the assumptions that are being used to get us to the GHG from that. I mean, I think there's basically, you need to think about the fuel efficiency of the EV, the carbon intensity across the average of the system, and you need to think about the diffusion rate, and that's partly, the adoption rate and the replacement of miles. But we need to see a calculation to show us what we can get with EVs. And in my day job, I work for an organization that works in majority on EVs, so I'd love to help out with this. But in any case, that's the third one. And then the fourth one is a list of priority actions. So those things that the council can do or staff can do today, even if they're not politically feasible, or even if they're not decided that we're going to do them, like, what are those things that we could just do, today? So as we get into it, I think those are some key discussion points that we should have. And folks probably all know this here, but transportation is from normal, well, I shouldn't say normal, but conventional accounting is the largest, or tied-ish with the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. That's true for the country. That's true in most states, and I believe that's basically true in Boulder, even though the inventorying I've seen for Boulder seems to do more of like just an energy basis. But if you use the more conventional accounting, transportation is the biggest, or basically tied with the biggest. So we've got a lot to unpack in there. So I'll leave it at that, other than just to say that I think we should talk about what's the process for having this kind of dialogue beyond just having a meeting next August. So thanks for that. I'm happy to, if there's any questions or thoughts on this now, either from TAB or staff, that's fine. Otherwise, I'm happy to just leave it at that.
I've got a couple thoughts. And Ryan, I really appreciate the fact that you bring to our board a well-informed perspective and a renewed sense of urgency. I'm in my 4th year, and sometimes in the day-to-day transactions of, what's this curb radius or whatever, you can lose the perspective of where we are in regard to our climate and what we're doing or not doing. So anyway, I really appreciate that. And I heard you talk about, I too appreciate the way we've had these CIP working sessions, and I find them to be very productive, as the tour was productive. And so a focused meeting on that. I for one, don't think TAB has taken advantage of our ability to set a second meeting, have study sessions on matters. So anyway, I think we can do more of that. But then as I thought about that, and I thought about some of the struggles the board has had with staff, and I view this as an opportunity. It could be seen as an opportunity for staff and TAB to join together in a sense of urgency and in support of Council's declaration of a climate emergency, and yet giving short shrift and essentially burying under like you say, under energy systems, transportation, which is either the biggest or the second largest city's contribution to greenhouse gas emissions. Here it is. This is our moment. We can stand up jointly, and it would certainly be much more effective if this was a message that came from the Transportation Department with the support of the Transportation Advisory Board versus a dissension letter, from TAB, without staff support. And I think we see what, on one hand, I'm all in favor of speaking truth. On the other hand, we see what happens when staff supports a $17 to $20 increase in neighborhood parking permits, and your reasonable proposal was $1,000. It didn't go anywhere. So I would see this. I see this as an opportunity, and I would ask staff that do they see it as an opportunity for us to move forward jointly in ways that we haven't in the past, and with a sense of urgency that we haven't experienced in the past. So that's what I would ask.
So if I could just say something very quickly, I think that next month you'll all have an opportunity to hear from at least 2 departments and how we're trying to look and navigate through multiple lenses and so forth. And ironically, just this last Friday, we had a meeting, some transportation staff with our, climate folks and so forth. And it's a brave new world out there. So I think we'll all be learning together.
Erica, would you say that we go into our August meeting with climate and being a topic, and then with the acknowledgement that TAB will provide feedback about our thoughts after that meeting? And then anyway, Ryan, I don't know if you would consider it enough to just hold off until the August meeting, but have high hopes and some expectations about that, what happens in August.
Well, could I ask maybe Mark or Sheila, I've only been joining meetings as a TAB member since March. Have we had like in recent, within the last year before that, a TAB engagement with the climate, the climate team on the climate plan, or no?
No, not that I recall.
Okay, then my answer is I'm very anxious about this, because I've already read the memo that's I forgot how many, is it hundreds of pages? I can't remember how long it is, but I've read it. It was developed without TAB. It's been presented to City Council. I know what it says. I'm ready to talk about my feedback. I'm a little anxious about saying, let's wait a month and then listen to another presentation about it. I'd like to get into, let's talk about it. So maybe the answer is, Brian, just like write it down and send it in, and that's the answer. But what feels to me is that transportation has been left out it's been left out of it, or at least the holistic version of transportation that I would expect in the climate plan has been left out. And I don't want to lose time. I don't want to wait until August and then see, well, okay, well, now let's start a process of giving feedback. And then, you know, we hit the December deadline and we have AMPS again. I think we missed some steps with AMPS just from a procedural standpoint. I don't want to do that again. So maybe it's fine to go to August, but I just want to register my concern that I think we just have so few opportunities to talk and, you know, to get into it. And I'd like to do something that's a little more at the meaningful level that we've done with the CIP process, or at least create enough space to do that if we need it.
Tila, you're muted.
There we go. Ryan, I just wanted to jump in here because I'm not sure if Mark knows or you know, other people know, but you've had a brief email exchange with Miriam Hacker on EAB about this. And I'm looking to see when their next meeting is, but it is not unheard of for 1 or 2 members of TAB to be like a subcommittee and working on something outside of regular TAB meetings. And so if it's something that it seems like, you know, if Miriam or the rest of the Environmental Advisory Board want to interact with us sooner, we can definitely, you know, you could deputize yourself and grab one of us with you and, and start the conversation that way as well.
I do think that's probably the right, I mean, I think TAB, EAB, and staff together, I'm not just staff, maybe transportation, and I mean, I know there's a lot of different lenses that staff in general has to, you know, city staff has to look through in general, but I do think that the EAB and the TAB, and then with the right city staff, I think that's the right parties to bring together.
Okay.
So I'd be happy to step forward and, you know, support.
Oh, you're our guy, don't worry. So I'm trying to remember. Oh, I think they just met, actually. I think they just met because I went to the movies and Miriam couldn't come because she had an EAB meeting that night. So
so that could be a challenge. I mean, we don't even, I literally don't know what we've had no dialogue with them. So
right. Yeah.
In any case, yeah.
Yeah. So let's keep pursuing that in the meantime.
Okay, I think we're coming to what are we going to do? What's the absolute next step? And you know, it's fine. I feel the urgency. At the same time, I'm like, okay, well, are we going to decide tonight to have? I think the choice is: do we go to the next meeting, or do we have, you know, with the 3 of us, with 2 of us missing, say, gee, we'd like to meet. We'd like to look at, Ryan, you submit your notes and comments, and the TAB meets, and we discuss next steps and possible action items. And you know, again, we have some freedom to meet as a board that we haven't taken advantage of, and do we take advantage of that between now and the August meeting, or not? I'm kind of curious what you think about, or am I too limited in my view of what the next step is?
Well, when you asked Erica sort of what is possible and what's happening next and what could happen at August, I think I would have phrased it as saying, is there something on the staff work plan where this would fit? Because we have to, of course, be mindful that calling extra meetings and asking staff to come in and weigh in and prepare other stuff and think about things that they aren't already on the path of thinking about because it's on their work plan becomes problematic. Which is why I was leaning toward us kind of taking it offline and going to other, you know, appointed and not salaried employees. I do think it would be worth seeing, Ryan, what you've prepared as sort of, you know, an initial salvo for sure. But yeah, I guess I would ask Erica again, does anything like this fit on, you know, the near term staff work plan or what's coming up for our meetings?
So the short answer is kind of. And the kind of part is that in terms of having anticipated trying to give an update to Tab about where things are at, that's something we added onto our program to meet an August deadline so that we could work together, you know, with our climate brethren to be able to at least continue where things are at right now. So that's the we added that. But to give you some context, there is so just to give you a little bit of context, there is, you know, from the state legislation having recently passed, you know, in terms of transportation funding and so forth, there's some additional expectations that are coming around with that for both the state and for the region at large about emissions budgets and greenhouse gases and so forth. And we need to do some more exploration with those entities about what their expectations are going to be of us as local governments and how our transportation portfolio fits within that. And so we had anticipated, you know, learning more about that. And also in our go forward, our proposal for funding for 2022, we've proposed internally to the city manager's office and so forth to get funding for us to start to do more exploration, you know, around data and information that are needed for our transportation master plan update and, you know, for the 2022 budget. And I think the last thing that I would say is that it's been interesting because, as you had pointed out, you're not the only ones as TAB members that are interested in how we can make advances in the city for, you know, reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And so I think that there's a broader conversation that needs to occur, you know, throughout the entire city, perhaps in a planning context or whatever, and that it's sort of beyond my scope and portfolio of transportation, because all these things have impacts and implications together. And we just haven't gotten together yet to have that discussion.
Understood. So then, Erica, I would just offer that I think that, again, I haven't done a full analysis of, you know, 100 cities climate plans. So this is a hypothesis. I haven't done the analysis, but I think it's pretty unusual to not have transportation as a sector, as a system defined in the GHG plan, and then have mode shifting and VMT as goals. So I would just suggest that I feel like for a plan that seems to be so far along and to be missing that, it's very surprising. And so I hear you that a lot of people, you know, want to have a say, want to have a voice, but there's something here that deserves, I think, a special inquiry. So in any case, but I hear you. I know there's a lot to manage. So thank you.
I would propose to move this issue forward by Ryan, if we don't want to violate open meetings laws and that sort of thing, and we want to be very cognizant of that. But I certainly would be interested in your initial set of notes and thoughts about the climate plan, and mainly what some steps forward might look like, and then we can try to figure out how to move with speed and urgency while still operating within the relationship with staff, within our operating agreement, etc. And anyway, I know it feels highly unsatisfactory, but I don't know more than that at this hour what what to tell you. And if you have something, some other suggested path, I'm all ears, but I would like to see if either we need, take that step or some other step that you want to suggest.
I think that's fine. I think I'll consider my exhortation for tonight complete, and happy to share that. And Eric and team, thanks for being team players with hearing me out on all this. So yeah, I'll aim to share. I'll probably share it through the tab, the tab email serve, and make that somehow public so people can see it. And I guess we just go from there.
Okay. Thank you. Tila, you had something you were unsure whether it was a future agenda topic or an open board comment, but since they're right next to each other,
Here we are.
you call it what you want, but speak up.
Sure. I was just wanting to give an update. Erica and Natalie and I have been meeting. I think we'd met for the third time last week on the draft tab rules and procedures. I told you that we've been pulling resources that had been prepared a while ago from the city attorney's office and looking what other boards do. And so it is nearly to a state where we can circulate that to the rest of tab to have a look at and think about whether we want to adopt it at all, but to the extent that it has been maybe desirable in this recent months, you're going to see it soon, is all I wanted to tell you about. And so I'm not sure if we'll have time to circulate it well in advance of next tab meeting or the one after that, but I'm really hoping we'll have something to look at before the next tab meeting, even if it's not on the agenda.
Okay. Any other future agenda topics?
Mark, I have one. I don't know if this is next month, because I think we might be filling up, but I forgot who mentioned it, but I at some point recently became aware of I came to believe that we would benefit from a discussion on automatic speed enforcement measures and understanding are there state statute or other codes that are barriers to automatic enforcement, and just like what's the promise and potential, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Actually, Tila or I can, I think, meet with you, phone, in person, whatever, and give you a whole bunch of information about that, the city's position on it, the terrible state laws that limit our ability to do things, the city's lobbying position, which is they're in favor of additional automated enforcement, the equity it can bring, et cetera, but are very afraid of actually bringing it up. Anyway, we can be brief on this, but you could talk to Tila or I on this. Not that we're experts, but we did make a pass at this early in the year with Carl Castillo, our legislative coordinator, and read up on the state law and had some support from other members of the community and et cetera. So anyway, it's a big topic, and we can help you out with that.
Okay, that sounds fine. I'll withdraw it then as a submission for now.
Okay. Okay. Moving on. I guess the ABCD here is just kind of a reminder to us all here. Thursday, July 15th, the joint planning board tab working session. I think after today, we all should have the corrected link to those packet materials, and we can be prepared for that meeting. But I like the joint planning board tab meetings and looking forward to that. I don't know if anyone has any other comment on it, but we'll be prepared and ready to go on that. I hope Hutch is feeling well enough to participate. Monday, July 26th, Greenway Advisory Committee, we've covered that. Anyone has any other feedback that they want to send me in writing, I'm happy to take it, or in a phone call. Climate and transportation, August, and pedestrian crossings to be determined. Okay. And you know, the only other thing I'll say about the pedestrian crossings is, as my request for the discussion about that is not just their design, but it does include the community SMP in how we go about determining the locations and locations and designs and placement of those treatments. So that's all I have to say about pedestrian crossings. Anyone else? All right. Okay, it's 10:05. The recording was paused there for a second. I thought is that someone telling me we're done? Anyway, anyway, does anyone have anything else here that we haven't covered that we need to cover before we adjourn?
I just think I just saw in the chat, Ryan's not sure if he can make the planning board meeting on Thursday. Is that right? I don't know.
I almost certainly can't make it.
Okay. I don't know if Alex is planning to make it or not.
Mary, has Alex replied to your invitation?
I don't know. We need to check.
Okay.
Yeah, is it a problem if we can't muster up three tab members?
Well, wait. Oh yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, you know, given that,
So I think there's an agenda setting meeting.
And Alex is covering that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's tomorrow.
Okay.
Oh no, it's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. I got a conflict on Wednesday, but not tomorrow.
So
Alex
maybe
is covering that. So I'm assuming he'll make it on Thursday.
Yeah. So maybe on Wednesday we can have a head count.
Okay.
Okay.
Good thinking, Natalie. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right then.
Okay. All right. Well, Tila, would you like to give the chair tonight the motion to adjourn?
I would like to move to adjourn, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. Do I have a second for that?
Second.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'll add a third and
off we go.
Okay.
Thanks as always to the members of the public who are hanging on. Nice to see you. We'll see you next month.
All right.
Everyone.
Night, everybody.
Bye.
Night.
Bye.